All right. We're going to let a few people come on in. Come on in. Hopefully everybody is doing well thus far today. We are talking about MLK, the dream of an anti-black tether. And you all already know the situation happened up in Renton, Washington. So that's what we're going to be talking about. And also amongst a few other things. But understanding, you know, the type of situation we are in. Kid Gravity Beyond, what's going on, brother? Yes, indeed. So waiting on my brother to come on in here. If y'all could, go ahead and tweet this space out if you could, and we will be getting rolling shortly. All right, all right. Waiting for my brother to get on up here. All right. All right. Can you hear me, my brother?
Loud and clear. How about myself, family?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear, brother. How is the weather going on down there on that East Coast?
Oh, man, it's lovely. As a matter of fact, man, I just took the sweats off and put the shorts on. You know what I'm saying? Took off the little boots, man, and put on the Pumas, man. So we living good, man. I just switched everything up, brother, and enjoying this nice day. It's probably about almost 80 degrees right now, fam. So we flexing.
Wow. Man, it's like rainy in the low 50s, like the 40s and 50s here. So yeah, man, we another gloomy day up here in the Pacific Northwest. That's what it's like out this way. Man, just understanding what we're talking about today, brother. I know, you know, when I first heard this story popping off in Renton, and I know that you know we have talked about this over the course of spaces of how the immigrant black, especially the African immigrant population up this way, kind of has its own their own enclaves and whatnot. So, and it's not really an intermixing community like that, especially not up this way. They kind of stay to themselves. So it's interesting to see now, with all of these things playing out. They've always said FBA is a hate group. You guys are xenophobic, blah, 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 this, blah, 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 that. Well, we've been saying for a while, these people have came here, some of these, not all Africans with a broad brush, but the ones that we identify as tethers come here with absolute envious, hateful notions against us. And now it has finally played out in the actual hate crime arena. So what do you got to say about that, brother?
Nuance and detail, family. Nuance and detail. That's one of the things that we like to do, as well as the other intellectuals in the community. We like to break down things from a nuance level because there's so many small details in terms of tribalism, the issues that they have amongst each other, the type of smoke that they got for other black people that they never had for W's. But that's a whole nother issue. So, you know, what I want to do today, man, I'm looking forward to this discussion, man, and whoever comes up and speaks, man, I'm looking forward to the speakers as well. I want to break down, you know, what we've been saying for a long time. What a lot of us certified foundational Black Americans been saying is that, you know, these other people from these other places, they got a lot of issues with us. This is being played out now in a, you know, a very violent way, but we've seen all the smoke. We've seen the pettiness. We just seen the vitriol, the hate, the spite, the envy. We've seen it all. So now when we speak of these things and everybody's acting like there's some type of issue that, you know, shouldn't be addressed, now it's being addressed. And this typically what happens when you allow things to fester. And they've allowed a lot of this to fester. When we were telling everybody that these people have issues with us and they bring over that a lot of that homeland beef, people was looking at us like we was crazy. And now we come to find out we weren't so crazy after all. Now, were we? So we're going to break all that down today and, you know, really get to the points and the facts. But I do want to say one thing, family. When you watch one of those publications, the news lady, the Karen behind the chair, the Aaron King lady, she was sitting there saying, she was like, he said he doesn't like black people. You could tell she couldn't wrap her head around that. Because she's used to being from the dominant society where White folks don't like black folks. So to see that there's tribalism and issues, and a black guy can be a tether and he can have some type of violent tendencies towards us, she just really couldn't see that, because, you know, they see us as one big nigga anyway. So she couldn't understand that type of mentality. So I want to break down all of the means and basically just go ahead and keep pulling back that layer that no one wants to address. And that is, you have black people, then you have foundational black Americans. And that's the truth. It may not sound nice, but we're not here to say what sounds good. We're here to be real and speak the truth. Is that foundational black American hatred, what we receive, is its own special set of hatred. How do you know it? It's because when you talk about everybody outside of this country, all the other black groups and races and lineages, they only receive issues of anti-blackness from people who are not black. We receive the anti-blackness on the standard level from non-black people, and then we receive a special type of hatred from other black people. So when you add all that up, you see that you have anti-blackness, and then you have anti-foundational black American hatred, and it's a whole nother ball game. You feel me, family?
I absolutely do, brother. And that's, you know, like we're saying, man, it actually played out. Now, if you remember, a few months ago, there was a clip circulating from, I think they were Somalian and somewhere around that area, a bunch of different groups that was in a room talking about how they needed to go arm themselves against us. Do you remember that, brother?
Yes, I do. Good point, brother.
And so, you know, looking at how I just can't get over the simple fact of these are the very same people who have petitions floating around calling foundational black Americans hate group. I just, you know, where are they today with when you have the evidence playing out? And like I said, I can see this every day in the Northwest, because this, of course, Renton is right up the way. And if you know anything about Renton, Washington, they got this mall up there that it's like the big mall on your way to Seattle. It kind of veers off and you going into Renton. This little area has this huge mall that is majority. I mean, if you go into that mall, it looks like you in another country, because the mall itself, all the stores literally are like foreign stores. So it'll be an African store, it'll be Asian. I mean, all of these different stores, none of them like they're nothing that we're used to going to a mall. I was just walking through that thing like, this is crazy. I've never seen anything like this. So if you understand, they really do have their own way of doing things out here, and they don't fool with us. But I'm glad. I mean, this is a tragic situation, but I'm glad that it didn't happen under the radar. And if you notice, they're not doing a whole bunch of reporting about it neither. They're not doing a lot of reporting about it. And so what I want to know is, damn, where are all these FBAs or hate group people at? Because yeah, I think we need to have a little discussion on that line. Because if they're trying to put a tag on us, hey, what about your mans up here? And is this not a representation of your community's feelings against us? What you got to say about that, brother?
I always tell people how the dominant society, they always try to camouflage their own racism, but they also have to camouflage the racism of all their minions as well. And truth be told, a lot of these folks who come over here, pretty much 99.9% of immigrants, tethers, or whatever you call them, fleedmen, as I call them, fleers, they are all protected by the dominant society. So anytime they commit a crime, and we've seen the statistics, the crime rate from non-American immigrants is, through the roof. But the dominant society never speaks about that, because that would go against their whole mission of trying to, hide any type of issues that they have, because they have to make sure that those people are seen in the best light. So therefore they can bring them in by the dozens. So if you see news stories talking about the actual crime rate within the immigrant tether community, then a lot of folks is going to say, hey, they can't come in the country. As a matter of fact, when you hear a lot of right wingers, what's one of the main things they say? They say, don't bring them in the country because, they bring a lot of crime. So therefore, these people who want to bring them in the country, they can't promote any of this. They're definitely not going to promote it because it's happening to us. And we all know anytime we're the victims, we're already not going to be reported on. But when you add that the victim just so happens to be the puppet and the minion of the dominant society who happens to have a $1 trillion immigration plan where they're trying to bring in, 30 million new people over the next few days, we got to make sure that we report these stories. And if you look just like everything that makes any sense, it's always the black grassroots who keep these stories alive, while the dominant society, in particular, the Democratic Party, or what we would say the left side, because remember, they left and right. But when it comes to being racist, they're all in the middle. You feel me, brother?
It's funny that you said that. It just reminds me of something I heard last night on, just again, trying to find as much as I could on this story up in Washington. And one of the things in one of the news reports, they were talking about left and right Democrats. So they were talking about the right-wing Democrats. And I was like, damn, that's the first time I've ever heard anybody really mention that out loud. Right-wing Democrats. I hope that sits in, man. Because that is something that we never really hear. So just the left and the right wing thing, man, you got right wing Democrats, you got left wing Democrats, but you understand a right wing Democrat ain't no different than a Republican. They're just aligned with the Democrats. So, something to keep in mind. We always say two wings of the same bird. You can't get much plainer than that. But also, with that being said, how many people have, again, we've been the focal point of an anti-Asian hate crime situation, that scenario that after they get their bill, all of a sudden these incidences just go away. Like, oh man, the law is here now. Let's stop jumping on Asians. I don't think so. Because, we always felt that it was a staged situation. Now we can see it staged, but they still have their protection, and we're still getting gunned down by anti-black immigrants, regardless of their skin color, because they don't see themselves as us. So that is one of the things that obvious truth is also showing up now, because if he's saying, I hate black people, what he is telling you that there automatically is no camaraderie right there between the two. We always were saying here within the grassroots community, man, this is just a matter of convenience. What is it that you always say, brother? If you could reiterate what you always say about them. They stand next to us, what?
They stand next to us politically. They stand away from us socially. Socially, they want nothing to do with us. They have spite, hatred, and vitriol. Politically, they want to have terms like black and brown, minority, people of color. They have all those are political terms. People have to understand black and brown is not a social term. That is a political term. Minority is not a social term. That is a political term. That allows them to get close to us. So once we get our benefits and our tangibles, they can swoop in like a vulture and take it away. But socially, these people don't want anything to do with us. And these type of situations are only further proving our point. Socially, when we're out here in our regular world, they walk around us. They have negative things to say about us. They all bring slurs from their home country that is in direct reference to foundational black Americans. Socially, these people are the most anti-black. Politically, that's when they show up now with their hands out and they want to throw an arm around your shoulder. So we got to be very, very careful of those type of things. And something else I want to tell everybody is that every single immigrant who comes to this country, I don't care where you're from, there is an unwritten rule that you come here and you benefit off of foundational black Americans' work, and the dominant society will cover you for doing so. That is an unwritten rule. It ain't written down on paper. You have something that's called formal and informal. Okay, formal is they written it down, everyone sees it, boom. Informal is all in their brain. No one has to say it because it's understood. And we all know what's understood don't need to be explained. So everybody comes over here and they say, let's find out what the black Americans, the indigenous foundational black Americans have done, and let's eat off of that. And then at the same time, they say, well, let's attack these people and harm these people. And every damn time they do so, the dominant societies will cover for them. They're not going to put this in the news. They're not going to have it in the front page. But at the same time, they're contriving stories, making it look like we're the aggressor. So there's a double-edged sword here. There's a dichotomy. And if you look at both sides of the dichotomy, you see people who come here and they attack us. but yet they blame us for attacking them. It is anti-Black Tether projections, and they always use those anti-Black Tether projections on us so they can get whatever means, benefits, or trinkets that the dominant society hands over to them.
Man, and that is so true. And the one thing about the trinkets, it takes me back in thinking about how certain things may all tie in together, because again, this is a movement that people seeing we're trying to basically what they're calling it tribalism, but really it's not. It's all it is just imagine, you know, somebody's been on your back all of this time and you saying, hey man, the ride is over. That's not xenophobia. That's not hating anybody. No, you just got to get off my back. And we're focusing on strengthening what we have and then getting what is due to us. That's when you start hearing these people, oh man, they're trying to stop us from this and they're trying to stop us from that. Because I've heard some clips from some people that there's one dude that I'm not certain it is the same shooter in this instance, but he's sure talking like it, because he's saying how the disdain he got for Black folks, and because Black folks were trying to stop them from getting more money from Uber. Like, that's absolute crap. But and so here's I want to just say, you mean to tell me that people calling you a tether, and this goes for also the so-called foundational Black American that don't want to identify as that are also, you know, you're calling yourself a Pan-Africanist. We're gonna need to hear from you too, because you know, with all that hate group shit, you know, oh man, you guys are hating on this and hating on that. Oh man, please, you guys got to come answer for this. I mean, because hey man, this is your man. And what they're sitting up here saying, oh well, you know, the Black Americans, they're trying to stop us from this and stop us from that. No, we're just trying to get your hand out our pocket. That's all. That's not that deep. You know what I mean? And they try to make it seem like it, but here is the proof in the pudding. Mamadou Diallo. He guns down 3 Black men, well, at least attempts to, and what is he saying? He don't like us. What is it saying? That's a hate crime. Now, I would hope that they are starting to prosecute this man and will prosecute this man under a hate crime. Because again, that's also another thing that takes precedent in law. That would identify foundational Black Americans as our own group as well. So, you know, it would be in our best interest to go ahead and put that one out there. So I do believe this needs to be a hate crime. So if FBA is a hate group, why is your man committing hate crimes against foundational Black American? I would love to hear that. Back to you, brother.
You know, that you made a good point, family. These Pan-Africans and these people running around claiming all that, 99% of their time has been speaking about us in a negative way, whether that is camouflage, covered, they put layers over it or whatever. 9 times out of 10, when you see these Pan-Africans like Dr. Kubar Vasquez, when he's running around here and he's talking about we don't need to get reparations, we don't need to get all this, at the end of the day, he never mentions any of this. You seen Joe Biden just go ahead and give, you know, $55 billion to Africa. He didn't say anything about that. We see this type of situation. He didn't say anything about that. But what I do see is him always opening his damn, you know, mouth and speaking on us. I'm trying to be a little sensitive here, family. It's early. Till about 5 o'clock, family, I'm gonna turn into a whole different person. But you know, before 5 o'clock, man, I'm gonna be nice. So in a nice manner, he's opening his mouth and he's speaking on us and things that do not pertain to him, like us handling our business, but yet he's not speaking on this. So you see the contradiction at play, and you see it's that. But I want to tell everybody this. There's a simple 2-letter word that has sent everybody into frenzy. It's a 2-letter word that foundational Black Americans have been saying for the last 4 or 5 years now, I would say so. And if you watch it, the results have been enormous. That 2-letter word is no. It is no. When we tell them, no, you can't have our reparations. No, we not all brothers. No, we not coming home, brother. No, you can't get our tangibles. No, you're not a part of our lineage. No, you're not a part of our heritage. And no, you're not a part of our culture. Do y'all see what no has done to these people? Have y'all seen it? That's gonna be the whole MF man past 5, but since it's, you know, below 5, I'm gonna go ahead and just give you the MF. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, have you seen what telling these people no has created? Telling these folks no has changed the game, because everything they do in this country is based upon taking off of our goddamn plate. At the end of the day, you got to understand, when you're dealing with a Tether or a Fleeman or a Fleer, every single thing that they've ever had when they come to this country comes off our dinner table, because they cannot put dinner on their own table. If they could, they wouldn't be here. Understand, when you're dealing with a Fleer, the F in Fleer stands for failure. How do you know they are, complete failures? I ain't talking about half, 22%, 69 and a half, 73 and a third. No, 100% failures, because if not, they would not be here. So the very fact that you're dealing with somebody who cannot provide for their own family, cannot provide for their own self, they got to come over here and steal from us. Freedmen build, Fleers steal. So once you tell that person no, you got to understand, man, you just messed up their whole existence. Their whole livelihood has been altered just by us uttering that word, no. And they cannot understand that, because you got to figure, family, you talking about when they had a mass immigration influx here in this country, and I'm talking about from all these different places and different continents, every single thing that they ever did, it was sweet. It was sweet and it was lovely. It was lovely. You come over here, you ain't got to protest to get them laws passed. Hell, our ancestors were doing that for you. You ain't got to protest to get all those bills made. Shit, our ancestors were doing that. All the policies was from our ancestors. What the fuck they do? They didn't have to lift a finger. They didn't have to twist a doorknob, and everything came to them. And since the black grassroots is in full control, because we are, now all of a sudden we've prevented that. We stopped that. We put blocks on that, and we tell them, no, you got to get it on your own. And you know, family, just from dealing with anybody, when somebody could not provide for themselves or they're a failure, telling them to get it on their own is a disaster. And this is why you're seeing that type of behavior from dude. Trust and believe. That guy right there, I would not be surprised if he's somebody who's called into one of these Twitter spaces. We all see these tethers who call in these Twitter spaces, and they say the most damnedest things. Damnedest things. Don't be surprised if that guy has somebody who's already called into a Twitter space and said some type of fugazi thing about foundational Black Americans. The reason I say that is because it's the same energy. It's the same exact energy. When you see somebody mimicking the same type of energy of anti-foundational Black American, and then you look at your news and you see an anti-foundational Black American assault, you put them together. It ain't rocket science. So don't be surprised if that type of energy that created that attack is the same type of energy when somebody calls into our space and just says all types of blasphemous things about our ancestors. We got to get real about these tethers. We got to get real about immigration, because at the end of the day, it's not just people coming over here and trying to steal from us. It's people who rely on us. And once we remove that carpet that they thought they were standing on, and we make them wipe their motherfucking feet at the door, then things get different, then things change. So therefore, we got to go ahead and change along with it. So I always tell people, don't ease up on these folks. Stay just as stern as you are. If not, get even more stern. Because once we say no, you can't go back to yes. This ain't the yes we can era. This the hell to the no era. So we got to stay on that and make sure that these people know that the days of eating off of our plate, the days of taking food off our table, the days of stealing from our ancestors are over. And if you got to get it on your own, you got to get it on your own. And that's what we've been doing for 500 years. You feel me, family?
I absolutely do. I absolutely do. And you know, and man, I don't see the problem in even having that stance. And I don't see, because we don't look at other people's situation and be like, man, we need to go get some of that. Man, let's figure out a way. Let me come up with a scheme. Let me go ahead and see if I can lie my way in the door so I can go get up on it. Man, that's just not in our nature. That ain't what we do, you know. And I think a lot of people have, oh, well, you're watching us get something. No, you just understand the implications of change. So if we're getting reparations, the whole, like I said, and we always talk about this, the whole financial ecosystem changes. And so the pecking order into which certain people are perceiving themselves to be, because, you know, when you're in a buffer class position, you can fall into the delusion that the dominant society actually sees you as equal or even likes you. But no, this is what they do. They use. So they use these people as buffer classes. But again, you have to be complicit to go ahead and step in them shoes. So with that being said, you cannot, you know what you're willfully partaking in. And that is, you know, aiding the continuous perpetual oppression of Black folks here in America, while sitting up here trying to say, pick yourself up by your bootstraps. And we don't take anything from the government. But the very first thing that we see out here, I mean, this is so crazy. If you go to the like the food stamp office or the wherever they gonna be passing out anything, trust me, you'll see a whole family of Africans. I mean, I'm talking about grandma, auntie, all the kids, they all there. You know, it's a bunch of tight sweats and sandals. You know, it's a lot of that going on. And man, what is that? That's taking nothing but free handouts. And they know that falsehood might get cut off if black folks is getting reparations. So let's be real about what we are dealing with, because you know we have a lot of people that may not understand the political implications of and financial implications that are taking place. But come on up here to this stage, because we definitely do understand. So with that being said, again, let me let y'all know that you need to go to YouTube real quick. Go to YouTube and subscribe to my brother Black Alpha Network. And then after that, go to YouTube and subscribe to my channel, beatzillapdx Official. Also, my brother Kid Gravity Beyond. Shout out brother Sage in the room. Y'all go check that brother out and go check his music out if you have not already. Dark and Lovely in the building. I see you. And CJ Link, shout out to you, brother. So with that being said, Black Alpha, I want to ask you. Let me start with the Pan-Africanists, because they have been almost like trying to run interference on perpetuating basically the using delineation as some kind of hate tactic or something, which of course it's not. Delineation is just making the lines very clear. What would be your question for a Pan-Africanist right now? Because I mean, I'm sure there's probably somebody listening right now. So if you could ask them that question, because you know they might feel compelled to come up and answer. What would be your question for them, brother?
Hey, before I go there, family, it was just made aware of me that I dropped an MF bomb, brother, and I was trying to censor myself. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna go ahead and do. I'm gonna go ahead and turn off my censor button. You feel me? Because it's very hard to see. Anybody knows Black Alpha is very, 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 very hard for me to censor. So we're gonna go ahead and just turn the censor button off, and we're gonna get right to it. Okay? So fuck that. At the end of the day, this is how it goes, family. Everybody, all the Pan-Africans, all these other groups who claim things outside of foundational Black American, they want to be this, that, and the other thing. Now, I done offered a lot of them to come debates, you know, some of me and my brothers. You feel me? Because I don't know if you remember Kid Gravity, you know, because you was hosting them when we were putting together a lot of those debates last summer. I had a lot of Pan-Africans that would come and they would throw, you know, rocks, and then they would hide their hands, they would run. So I had offered them to come up one-on-one and debate with some of my, you know, very, very certified brothers and sisters, my foundational Black Americans. And they didn't ever do it because they didn't want none of that smoke. They knew what time it was. They knew what time it was because they understood that they coming from a position of bullshit. And we're coming from a position of being certified. And we understand that our energy negates all that bullshit that they be on. So my question, or shall I say statement, or, you know, whatever you would call to them, is a little more direct. And we're going to take off the question mark. You feel me? We're going to go ahead and make it a bold statement. And what it is that if you are, especially somebody who's here in America, because you got a lot of these guys, they run around here and say they Mr. Lumbumba, Mr. Latutu, and they talk about Zimbabwe and Sage the Congo. They talk about all these things, but your ass is really Matthew and you live in Connecticut. Okay, and you go to your goddamn school of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and you hang out with white folks all goddamn day long, but then you go and put on the dashiki. That motherfucker will be Mr. Lumbumba all damn day long, and then when he get to that goddamn job, his ass turns right on back into Christopher, okay, or Chad or William, all right, and then he goes in and he kisses the white man's ass all damn day long, then he clocks out, and as soon as he gets to his car, he's putting that damn dashiki back on, then he's coming to us. Where all that smoke at from the dominant society? Where's that at? You understand? So when you come here and you talk about foundational Black Americans and we delineate, didn't you delineate from your country? Didn't you delineate? Just even fleeing means you delineate. You did the worst delineation, like a coward. You hopped in a motherfucking plane, a jet. Some of these motherfuckers down here in other places, they swimming over lakes and rivers to get away. So that's the worst type of delineation. That's the worst. And I tell people all the time, there is a difference of viewpoint, approach. You cannot exist in our presence. This is what it is. We're not here for feelings. We're not here for emotion. We're here to kick that real shit. And whether people like it or not, they just gonna have to accept it because they ain't got no choice. When you put us at a table and you put them at the other side of that table, you're dealing with people who have built Okay, we have built, they say certified foundational Black Americans, and we are architects. It took an architect to build a foundation. We cannot relate to these people. Someone who runs and hides and skips and jumps and flees, you can't sit there with somebody who sat down and built. All of us right here, all the certifieds, our ancestors come from right where I'm at right now in the deep South, okay? And they were out here in the worst conditions picking cotton, building this country in the same exact time. How are you going to sit down and talk to somebody who was on the first thing smoking when things got a little too real for them? And then when they was on the first thing smoking, they got to the homeland of the people who created it and they showed disrespect. We can't rock with these people, man. Listen, some people, there is just no means of solution, and there's none. We done tried that. I mean, what they expect? Black folks in America, we went around here for literally about, what, 70, 80 years and sat here and put out a hand. We put out both hands. We was trying to shake with the left and the right, and they never met us halfway. Never did. So what they gonna have to do is they should have loved the time of we all Black, brother. They should have loved the time when we was trying to reach out. All we have done is close that door and said, you know what, cool. Put it this way, for anybody in the room, if you're trying to be graceful and you're trying to have some type of sense about yourself and you reach out to shake somebody's hand and you extend that olive branch and they don't accept it, well, eventually you're gonna say, well, fuck you then. And basically we in the fuck you then era. So fuck them. And if they don't like it, fuck them again, because at the end of the day, this is certified foundational Black Americans, all the tethers, the hoppers, the, the fleers, the skippers, the jumpers, because these motherfuckers doing everything to get away. At the end of the day, they're going to have to accept that this is not the everybody can come on in era. This is not the we all brothers era. This is the era where we're going to do for self. We're going to delineate for self. We're going to stay in our own lane. And if you do not like it, take that shit up with the white man, because he's the one who brought you here. You feel me, family?
Big facts. I absolutely do. And I see we have MP1 on stage. You can go ahead and unmute yourself, brother.
Thank you. Thank y'all for allowing me to speak. And I just want to say, I agree with everything Black Alpha was saying, and I want to start by saying also, me, myself, personally, I always call myself a Pan-Africanist to an extent, because I understand the Tether class and I understand what they have been doing, as of late. They not like the past people that used to come to our country. So, I tread lightly. I got to see what you about. I got to see, you, if you cool and you want some, Black empowerment and you want some getting better, I can rock with you. But if you not, I can't. You know what I'm saying? And what not Afro, but what Black Alpha was saying is absolutely correct. These people are tethering, in our country, and then they come to this country, with disrespect. I was reading an article about, Haitians going to, they go into their country to basically get a quick path to America, as well as Venezuelans. Like Joe Biden planned to let, 30,000 of each of these groups is Venezuelans, I think Mexicans, a bunch of other people and Africans, giving them like 30,000 a month from each group to come over here. And when I was reading the the article, it was another Haitian brother, a Haitian guy, they was talking about their family, and they basically trying to get their family to sponsor them to get to this country. And they was talking to one of the Haitians that's trying to get here from Haiti, and basically he was saying that his cousin drive trucks, so he gonna probably be his sponsor. But this man, through the interview, disrespecting foundational Black Americans, and then he made sure he stood on his disrespect. At the end of the interview, he had the nerve to say, you know what I'm saying, I can't wait to get to the country because immigrants built America anyway. I was so offended. Like, so even before you get here, you disrespecting foundational Black Americans. Even before you step on American soil, so you a tether in your country and you trying to get over here with us, and then to go to them because they gonna let you in there with that mentality. He was disrespecting us before he's still in Haiti, and he disrespecting us already. Goddamn well Black Americans built America, and you gonna say immigrants built America anyway. And that was a direct slap to us for the people that was reading the article. That's Black, that's foundational Black American. So I agree, these people coming over here with vitriol, They coming over here with hating their blood already. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I could rock with you if I see what you doing and you a solid person and you from another lineage. I can understand that. You still don't got no say so in our plight with this country, but to come over here with a hostile attitude and a tether mindset like that, and you fleeing from the country. And then another thing he was saying, the guy that was doing the interview, he was saying he was gonna get a visa to come over here and work, and he never plans to go back. Because he said he told the interviewer because they could stay over here on that visa for three years, and then the job, I have to get them another extend they stay for another 3 years. He said after that 3 years, he gonna basically hide, and he said he never going back. You know what I'm saying? I wish I could pin the article up here, but he said he'd never go back. So with that even mindset, you willing to flee from your country and you planning on getting better in your life and never going back to your own people. So, everything Black Alpha was saying is correct, and I appreciate y'all for letting me speak.
Real talk, real talk. And damn, that's what we be talking about, fam. You see, you understand how grimy that is? That is super duper grimy, man. And just the fact that you come in here with vitriol in your heart, man, anybody that's looking at us funny style for saying we don't rock with nothing like that, you got to be out your damn mind. Man, why you hating on it? Yo, if we're supposed to be protectors just don't mean brute strength. We also have to be have the vision to understand a problem before a problem festers into a big old mountain. And when we are looking at, oh man, that attitude say no go right now, that's no hate. That's just saying, hey man, we can't rock with these folks, man, because these people got a different mindset. And when it come down to us, man, they come in here with disdain in their heart and spirit for us. Why you think they just getting here and being able to stay? So basically what we are seeing is white supremacy in blackface with a Joloff breath. I mean, that is literally what we are seeing. And again, like I said, if any Pan-Africanists are in the room, I would or if these are your people, the FBA is a hate group. I would love to hear from y'all. Go ahead and shoot a request, because and I'm not. Of course, we know, well, this isn't all the people. No. What we need to talk about is the mentality that people are displaying. You've already heard it with our ears on these Twitter spaces. We need to go get some. What we need to do is arm ourselves. And this because you were trying to fictitiously make a like black folks was threatening somebody, which that never happened. And now you actually have this person coming out saying, I don't like black people. And he's gunning black people down. That is a hate crime, if nothing else. We are looking at white supremacy and blackface. What do you got to say about that, brother?
Family, we are the only indigenous nationalists to a country that immigrants come and are placed above. This never goes on anywhere at all. You cannot be from Japan, go to China, and be put above a Chinaman. It's just not going to happen. They would never allow it. Nobody's going to come from Ukraine and go into Russia and be put above a Russian. Only here do you see people who are not from this country come here and be immediately placed above us by the U.S. government. Okay, this is all a plot, and the plan is to bury us under immigration. This has always happened, brother. You remember that guy who called in? I want to say he called in from the UK. The guy he was from Turkey, right? You remember that, brother?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. That guy was from Turkey. I think he's from the capital of Turkey, Ankara. I've been there. He was calling in from Manchester, been there in England, by way of Liverpool, been there as well. So he didn't know that I actually been to all those places. And what I do know when I was there is that those Turkish people are immigrants. They left Turkey and they fled to the UK. And in the UK, there is a massive thing. It's basically their version of MAGA, where they want all of them gone. All of them gone. You see so many hate crimes where the W's in England are literally openly in the streets beating the hell out of those people who are Turkish. So this type of person was a fleer from Turkey to the UK, and then he called over here because he probably trying to flee over here next. Because you know all they do is hop, skip, and jump wherever they can get in where you fit in, or in their case, get in where they don't fit in. But nonetheless, you see over there in the UK, they don't allow anybody to come in and be put above someone who's a citizen. You see the same thing all the way across this whole country. So these people who come over here and they get immediately placed above us, you could already see the type of mentality that they possess. And the dominant society is holding their damn hand. They're holding their hand and they're escorting them right above us. This is why all the tangibles and all the laws are being written for these people. We've had all of our scholars, our master teachers have told us what was going to happen in this time frame right now, as they spoke about it in the 70s and the 80s and the 90s, what would happen if they didn't get this under control. And what we are all doing now is that we are living proof of what is going on. When I was in DC, I went after the rally, the reparations rally. I went to the White House and met a couple brothers out there, a couple, foundational Black Americans, man. I sat there and talked to a couple brothers, and some of them were homeless. And basically what he was telling me is that, I'm a foundational Black American and they don't assist me at all. But we could sit there where we were at. And I'm talking about right in front of the White House. And you could look around and all you seen was immigrants from every other country. And they was walking around living the good life. Good life, man. I'm talking about just sitting there spending money, had food and everything, while foundational Black Americans, and a lot of them were vets, were sitting there homeless, poor, broke, or trying to find a way. So this whole scheme and planning of these tethers and the buffer class being placed above us, this is all an agenda from day one. And this is why they're so upset with us right now, because that agenda really only was facilitated if people were complicit. So now that Black people in America aren't really complicit with that, and we telling them hell to the no, they don't know what to do. I mean, we say the buffer class, right? But what happens when you don't allow a buffer to buffer? They go crazy. What happens when you don't allow a tether to tether himself? They go crazy. What happens when you don't allow a fleer to flee? They go crazy. So the power's in our hands and we can prevent it. And that's what we're doing right now, day by day. And we're simply doing it by telling them, hell no, you can't come in, because they have to blend in with us so they can steal from us. Now that we're not allowing them to blend in, that literally takes their tethering and puts it in reverse. There's a reverse tether effect to where they used to wrap their goddamn tentacles around us. And now we're not allowing that shit. And it's got to wrap back to them. And we're going to wrap their ass all the way back to their homeland, because the power's in our hands. And we can end it all right here, right now, simply by telling them you can't be us. Because if they can say that they're foundational Black Americans, they can say we're all Black. See that flat blackness? That's why they love that term. Flat blackness allowed them to be next to us, to camouflage. So when we got our tangibles, they could say, oh, I'm Black too. And then they could take it out of our hand. Once we started telling them this is going to be lineage based opposed to flat blackness, now they can't stand close enough next to us to steal. A motherfucker can't take what's in your hands if his ass is across the street. And we've made sure that all their asses stay across the street and they don't bring their tether asses to our side of the street, because if they bring their tether asses to our side of the street, there's going to be trouble. So that's why you're seeing them throwing tether temper tantrums. Yes, tether temper tantrums. They're having a lot of them right now. Is because we have disallowed them from stealing from us, and we have excluded them from being a part of our lineage. And that's the best thing about what we are doing right here today. I'm going to swing it to you, Zilla, but I got a question, family, to the title. MLK didn't dream of anti-Black tether or anti-Black tethers. Can you talk about how now, family, the dominant society, they not romanticizing MLK no more since we've reclaimed his legacy? The dominant society used to try to weaponize MLK against us so they could use it to the benefit of the LGBT community, so they can use it to the benefit of white women, so they can use it to the benefit of all immigrants. Now that we've reclaimed the legacy of Martin Luther King, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., now that we have done that, and he's from right here in Georgia, now that we've done that, family, and we've reclaimed his legacy, do you notice how the immigrants don't bring him up as much anymore? The dominant society don't bring him up as much anymore. Now that he's not used as a weapon for them, he's used as motivation for us. Have you noticed that, my brother?
Funny that you said that, because there is a program that has been nationally known and recognized that they do here every year by the World Arts Foundation. And a few years back, they were doing a lot of crossing over with Dr. King. They was really trying to make him a Skittles bag lover. And we always know, because that's why I went and found his speech, where he's literally telling black men, be proud to be Black. and be proud to be a man, and don't let nobody take your manhood. Whoops. Guess you got to take him out that Skittles bag promotion shit. So, and again, not that he was ever railing against anybody, but what he was telling black men, don't let nobody push you into this other agenda. So I hope that they, that's one of those MLK things that I think we're kind of getting back to now, because the truth and reality of him is really playing out. So I just noticed at the function they had yesterday, because they actually streamed it on YouTube. So I was watching it yesterday, and the tone is so different. The tone is so different. Oh, yeah, and you know what really they trying to talk about now? Finance. They are literally talking about, economic, we have to correct the economics, and black people were deprived, and so we got to make sure that people of color, they were still trying to do that. So what they were still people of coloring it in the conversation as much as they could, but I have not heard black this much in TV from even the White House. If you've noted, we're hearing the word black. I mean, this is new. That I cannot recall how much I have heard black in the past week, even here. And this is Portland. I mean, so yeah, things have changed, man. Things have changed greatly. So much so that they are not even adding all the extras onto Dr. King's legacy now. No, they're literally talking about him and black people. That I cannot say I've seen that in years. But this year is absolutely different, from the programs down to the churches, all the way to the mainstream dominant society media. Man, the conversation has changed, brother.
Absolutely, family. And if you look at it, think about it. As I tell people all the time, I look at things from a historical and a categorical level. And this is basically the reparations era. You know what I'm saying? You can frame it however. Just make sure we put in foundational Black American, a little bit freeman, reparations. But this is what it is. They're going to write books about this era. And it's probably going to be happening soon. You know what I'm saying? So the onus is on us to make sure it's a good ending. But at the end of the day, we're all right now in the middle of the reparations era. And this era will be defined by reparations, to the point where you got people calling in talking about our reparations all the way from the other side of the earth. So you can tell that our impact is far, family. And people ain't talking about our reparations in some goddamn tent in Zimbabwe unless that shit done traveled all the way over there to that tent in Zimbabwe. So you see that we putting in work. But I say that to say this. You see right now the very fact that reparations is defining this era. And if you think about it, the quote and the headline that we're using to galvanize behind that is Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. We're coming to get our check. That is a complete contrast from before. Who would have ever thought, when they had us wrapped up in the I Have a Dream speech for 30 years, where they were brainwashing black kids in public schools that basically Martin Luther King had a dream and white supremacy packed his bags and went away and everybody's friends now, because that's what they were trying to sell us, and they were weaponizing him against us. We not only reclaimed our brother, we actually took his famous quote and made it the battle cry, made it the famous headline for this era. It's the defining quote, coming to get our check. So family, we doing it on a big level. Don't let nobody tell you what we need to do. I know there was a space last night I hopped in, and a bunch of people were arguing about what we need to do. I probably heard need to do 300 times. You feel me? The only thing we needs to do is be certified foundational Black Americans and exceptional. We got it all planned out, man. Just be yourself and everything will work out. Stay smart, stay sharp, and everything will happen. We don't need to talk from the level of we're failures or, we're not applying ourselves. We're applying ourselves damn good, y'all. And we need that type of confidence and that type of motivation to do so. And we don't have to search outside of ourselves for that confidence. All of our confidence can come within ourselves, because look what we are doing. So the very fact that we took something that the dominant society has literally spent trillions of dollars over 30, 40 years, brainwashing us with MLK, and we reclaimed MLK in 2 years? We done more in 2 years than they did in the last 60. They got an MLK Boulevard, bridge, highway in every single town in America. All right. They tap danced and made all these MLK, love everybody, all lives matter. They all lives mattered him, but yet they never spoke about the true man who spoke about the burning house. Or as you said, Brother Zilla, don't let nobody take your manhood. I think I just used that on my show with Marcel about 3 weeks ago. I used that clip to open the program. You feel me? So we took all of that and we brought it back home. We spoke about the real MLK. We researched. We went deep into it. We weren't just playing. So we removed the all lives matter MLK, because I always said there's Martin Luther King, MLK, and then they became this, white and Luther King, or this token Luther King. And we all know the dominant society will kill somebody and then represent them in their image. So now we went back into that house, reclaimed our brother, and now we're putting him back out in the image, which is our image, which is the image of the actual man, which is a foundational Black American from the state of Georgia. So we got to understand that we're doing a lot of big things. That is one of them. And we've taken the "we're coming to get our check," and we made that the famous quote of this reparations era. And ain't it a crazy thing, brother? Ain't it a crazy thing that when MLK said that way back in the 1960s, that we went through the "I Have a Dream" speech and we skipped over all of that, and it's being defined by what he said to us. So when we say our ancestors speak to us, family, our ancestors speak to us. At the reparations rally, I was there personally with my wife, and I'm telling you right now, we seen so many people either say we're coming to get our check, or they had t-shirts that said we coming to get our check. So Martin Luther King, he's still right here, and the Tethers can't eat off him right now. That's why they pissed off. But foundational Black Americans are using his motivation as fuel to eventually get the check that's coming home to us, man. Ain't that a beautiful thing, brother?
It absolutely is, brother. And, speaking of that, understanding, and let me say this, because I know, people been wanting opinions on certain things that have taken place recently. I will just say it like this. I don't put a skin color on a tether. For me, a tether is a tether that's acting like a tether. So if that is a white tether with a black scent, you just kind of take it what it is. One thing I always will stress: don't ever let your hate or disdain of somebody make their persona or their position bigger than what it really is. Sometimes things and people just have to be ignored, because by giving it the energy, I mean, shoot, y'all could have just turned y'all back on this dude day one, and that's done. I'm dead serious. Just like, turn your back on this dude. There's nothing, and all of that. Just keep in mind, there's always other things at play that want to disrupt this reparations movement. And then, of course, there's people that are just doing things for attention's sake and shine's sake. And, the, hey, mention my name thing. As y'all know how I get down, I really don't. You'll be a meme or have a nickname before I'm ever mentioning your name out there like that. That's just not how I do it. So, with that being said, that cat from Chicago, man, y'all just ignore that dude. I would just say that. That would be my advice. Ignore that dude, and don't expect me to go out of my character to jump into things I'm not involved in. You know what I'm saying, brother?
Yeah, hey, man, it's all about the issues, man. It's all about the issues, family. We're going to bring it back in the year 2023, man, and we're going to focus on the issues, and we're going to get to it, man. We got our hands full. We're getting to that bag. We got our hands full. We're out here trying to stay alive, man. There's somebody out there every day trying to knock us off, so let's just stay focused, man. Stay great, stay exceptional, and everything will come back full circle, man. I know MP1, you had your hand up, brother. I don't know if you still want to chop it up.
Yeah. As far as that Haitian tether I was talking about in that interview, I just posted that article on my timeline. So if y'all got time, go look at that. But as far as that MLK or whatever, they definitely tried to whitewash, the real MLK. And they now that we know what his real plight was and how he felt later on, close to them assassinating him, and how he felt about us getting our land back, us getting our reparations, us coming to get our check. When he sat that the real march on Washington this time is going to be, we going to get our check. Well, you know, they couldn't stand that Martin Luther King, you know, because he was saying what's really going on. He was basically almost talking like Dr. Claude Anderson at that point. You know, and he was saying we going to get everything we are owed. They done gave land grants. They done gave all kinds of immigrants from other countries that could pass for white over us something else. So at the end of the day, they tried to tarnish the brother. And now, you know, that we know who the real Martin Luther King is. Now they trying to say, you know, he had affairs with a white woman. That's not going to work. That's not going to work. Coretta never said he had an affair. Coretta loved him until her death. So with that being said, we're going to keep fighting and we're going to keep the legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King alive in our land.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And that's the one thing that by reclaiming, and there was also another event that they had here yesterday too, in my old neighborhood, that was called Reclaiming MLK. So that there's a lot going on in that direction of reclaiming our own. So, family, I don't know, but they get out here talking this echo chamber crap, and no, clearly it's not, because these are people who aren't spending time in spaces that are still being motivated by the energy that's coming out of this grassroots movement. So yeah, it's taken way more effect than anybody wants to actually admit. Why? Because this isn't status quo. And even here, like I said, I'm in like one of the Boule training grounds, because here we're such a small black population. Everything here is Masonic. So I mean, if you want to be involved in anything here, you're gonna be dealing with that. So with that being said, and you know, not slighting anybody, but I'm just saying it'll always have ties. And if you know, hey, the low level Masons, the high level ones, and them the Boulets. So that's pretty much the Jack and Jill squad is how we get down out here. They love it. So you can't really get nothing done. But even they are taking the approach of lightweight. They're doing everything they can to not say reparations, but basically pushing the notion of financial equity and financial equality, but they are doing everything within their power not to mention reparations. So, but best believe the word reparations did not come out of nobody's mouth on that stage yesterday. And I was listening for quite a few hours from this, you know, and this is an event here. Reparations didn't come out of nobody's mouth yesterday. And that's a crying shame, because what is the point? We're coming to get our check. If he got the Poor People's Campaign, well, he was telling you what it was about us poor people. So they're really trying to still mix his words, but even more so, we're just going to stay foot to the gas, represent our icons properly the way they are supposed to. So yeah, we are reclaiming Dr. Martin Luther King because he is one of ours. And I can honestly admit, I was one of those that used to have a negative view of him too, because of the things that they were presenting. But then I went and researched for my damn self, and yeah, man, different dude, and he definitely deserves his props. Back to you, brother.
Hey, if you notice, family, once we started getting rid of a lot of the old Boule folks who had all the power, then the reclaiming of MLK became even more prominent. You feel me? A lot of that was those, you know, those cooning ass pastors and them cooning deacons and the Hillary Clinton congregations that was throwing hot sauce in the goddamn air and all that bullshit. Those were a lot of the people out there brainwashing folks about Martin Luther King. And once their power started to go away, then the real genuine reclaiming of our brother happened. It was a process. It was a process, family. Trust and believe. I don't know how old anybody is, you know, here in this space. I'm still in my 30s, and I went to public school. And I remember in public school, they taught us that MLK ended racism. They teach you that directly, indirectly, consciously, and subconsciously. And this is what they were putting in people's, you know, brains. If you was born in the, you know, the 80s or the 90s or 2000s, man, you came up in the era where MLK ended white supremacy to these folks. And they spent all types of money. And it's not just in the classroom. I actually have a picture where it's a white police officer and he's reading an MLK book to an all-black school. Now, I ain't got to tell y'all how effed up that is on so many levels. but that was very indicative of the brainwashing which they presented with our brother MLK. So you seen what they were doing. And then on top of the school system, as I said, you also had all the stories, all the datelines, all the news, all the pastors would come out. How many times Jesse Jackson come out? And then they start bringing in people from the dominant society and they start talking about MLK. I've actually seen immigration rallies where there ain't a black person there. And they got up, MLK had a dream to let us come in. That's why they have the dream. What's it called? The DACA? They call them dreamers, right? They call them, why y'all think? They call them, it's dreamers, right, brother?
Yes, indeed. The DACA Dreamers, the Dreamers program.
There we go. The Dreamers program. Come on now. The Dreamers Act in DACA. Why do you think they use the term dream? Y'all know damn well that's associated with Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. And he wasn't dreaming of them hopping over the goddamn border with a fajita and an empty suitcase. He wasn't talking about that. He was talking about us. But you see, they hijacked that and they loaned it to them. Family, the same way that they took affirmative action, the same way they're trying to take hate crime laws that should be for us, the same way they're trying to take the most basic policies, they also will take people and hand it from us over to an immigrant. And that's what they did with our brother. I put up a meme yesterday and I said they twisted his words, they twisted his speeches, and I said not anymore. And I found a bunch of different pictures of these rallies. It was a gay pride parade and they had MLK in a rainbow. I ain't lying. Matter of fact, they just did that with Tupac a year ago. They just did that with Tupac. MLK passed away in 1968. Tupac passed away in 1996. So they're willing to wait that much time. They will rainbow you. You understand what I'm saying? They did this with MLK. They got MLK pictures, a portrait, and it's all in rainbow. And that community uses that at their little whatevers they do, and they try to eat off the plate of the momentum that our brother created for our freedom. Same thing Tethers do. So as our brother was just saying, Tethers come in all different colors. All different colors. It don't matter because the act of tethering yourself to foundational Black Americans, that's as American as apple pie, and everybody does it at one point in time or another. Some may do it on Wednesday, some may do it on Tuesday, but at the end of the day, they're both doing it. So we have reclaimed it, and it does not work as much as it used to. So now these folks are trying to find ulterior means to try to steal from us because the just blatant thievery ain't working no more because we've been detecting it, we've been framing it, and we've been putting their asses up on that big ass jumbotron so the world can see who the thief is. So we on game right now, family, and we got to stay on game and make sure that everybody, and trust me, they're gonna do this now. A couple years from now, they're gonna be trying to steal Dr. Claus and whoever, and they're gonna talk all that. So we got to make sure that they can't steal from us, and if they come up in our house, they're gonna show respect. Point blank, bottom line. You feel where I'm coming from, brother?
I absolutely do. I mean, look at all these movies, man. They will whitewash everything. I mean, you got the Russian icons, you got all of them pictures of the 12 disciples and the Last Supper, and in a lot of those places, all of those paintings have been whitewashed. Like, shoot, they knew them people was dark skinned, but this is the nature of what they do, and then they'll turn around and tell you, well, what does the image matter? Shit. Well, look at who you got as the photo. Caesar Borgia. That there's nothing righteous about that dude. So I mean, but this, how fitting. How fitting though. And I just think about it. A scandalous imposter. Goddamn. So with that being said, look at what they've tried to do, and they what, like the brother just said, they throwing Skittles bags at our brother's history when he obviously, this is an old school Baptist preacher. Man, them cats was fire and brimstone back in the day. What you talking about? They wasn't pushing no agenda like that in the 60s and come on, really? Can y'all imagine, like, for those of you who are old enough, your grandparents, you think your grandparents was going for that? I'm just saying. Now, not to disparage anybody's lifestyle now, but I'm just saying we're talking about the old fire and brimstone preachers. They wasn't pushing no rainbow agenda. I would even ask you this question: if you could find a picture of Martin Luther King and James Cleveland together. I doubt it, but just, you know, just wanted to put that one out there. But again, looking at this dude up here in Renton, Washington, is this an issue that we need to start addressing on I would say a legal side of the game? Because we need to start getting this needs to be prosecuted as a hate crime. But then we also have to start now looking at hate crimes for a hate crime, an anti-hate crime bill. This also fits the mold. And I'm just wondering what you think about that, brother, because we've been talking about getting an anti-hate crime bill, and now here's basically a a African white supremacist who is carrying out a hate crime against foundational Black Americans. Is there any more evidence that we need a hate crime bill in America?
I mean, it couldn't be more clear, family. Couldn't be more clear. And that's exactly what has to happen. But, I want to take it a step further, man. And we have to start fighting for a foundational Black American hate crime protection, because this guy's running around here, targeting us. I know some people say, well, he shot some Africans. Trust me, he was coming after foundational Black Americans. Even if he popped at a few Africans here or there, trust and believe his onus was on us. How do you know this? Because like we always say, family, the energy has been seen. Name me a space, family, that anybody's had where some of these people don't call in. And you actually pointed out earlier about the people saying how they need to arm themselves against us. I mean, these are the type of threats that had been made a long time ago that we were saying. So everything we have to do, we got to be extra specific in terms of the lineage aspect of it. Because if we start saying a Black hate crime law, then hell, the Zimbabwe dude gonna benefit off it. And then what you're going to end up seeing is that people will harm us from our lineage, and we won't get those protections. But yet, if you harm somebody from, say, Somalia or Haiti or Jamaica or one of the Tether countries, they'll get it. So you'll start seeing that contradiction. So I think what we have to do is, from a political standpoint and a political basis, we have to get that law, but it has to be just like our reparations, lineage based to the T, to the core, very specific. Because like I said, I would hate to see an anti-Black law, and then next thing you know, foundational Black Americans don't actually fall under those protections. And also say this to the point of those tethers and shit. Anytime that you see this type of behavior and they're running around and they're harming us and they're shooting and all that, didn't that look just like the images that we see over there when we see that people from Nigeria are going to goddamn South Africa and shooting people? All the war-torn tribalism that you see where they over there gunning each other down and they harming each other. I'm not surprised that this is very reminiscent of that same type of conflict. When I seen this story and I heard about it, I was like, hell, this looks like exactly what we see on the news about one person from one African country going to another African country, or somebody from one tribe going to the other tribe. So when you speak of a Black person from Africa harming Black people in America, that's no different than the tribalism that exists in their countries and in their homelands that we've been saying for the last 3-4 years. They are the most tribalistic people on the planet, and they come over here with that shit, and then they get upset that we don't go for tribalism, and then they take that stuff back out on us. Everything that we have said, every iota of what foundational Black Americans have said about the diaspora, about tethers, about fleers has come true, from the violent aspect all the way down to the political aspect, and we've watched it play out. You feel me, family?
I totally do. And I mean, it's played out in grand fashion, so much so that, like I said, even the media out here is really downplaying it. There's been no reports out of my city. The only reports that are really even on this are just the local reports from Seattle, that Seattle SeaTac area. Outside of that, and I believe, really, truth be told, the only reason why it was even reported like that is because you had all the 3 different shooting areas. So they had to report it because it was a live shooter. Outside of that, though, man, they are going out of their way to make this little thing go away. So we need to make sure we highlight this, keep this out in the forefront, because for some reason, I'm telling you, this story is, they're trying to bury this story out here.
Hey, it's a tether protection program. They got his ass in the tether protection program.
Brother, I mean, I'm telling you, there is literally, if you try to research this dude's name, good luck. You're only going to see the few little stories from up there. So that's telling me a hell of a lot right now. Like, who the hell is this dude? What's going on here? Let's see. Let me get this brother on up here. Because hey, man, it's crazy out here. I'm been just trying to figure out, like, well, why can't I find no articles about this dude?
Hey, let me say this though, brother. When they were trying to contrive those fake ass stories, making us the face of the attacks on the Asian community, those stories weren't hard to find. They were front and center. They ran them on replay. They ran them on repeat over and over again. So you see, once again, when you can paint foundational Black Americans as some type of fake enemy or fake culprit, then they'll give that to you front and center. But anytime we're seen in the victim light, they'll bury it underneath. Same game, same players.
Also means that the dominant society also looks at us as different groups. Damn. Yeah, see, we not a hate group. See, even they say, no, they not the same. Come on now. Kid Gravity be on. What's going on, my brother? You got it.
Real quick, did they put that man's mugshot out? 'Cause I was looking for it.
No.
That's interesting because I think I saw the same news story you saw, and unless he's underage, I want to see what his man looked like. He might be that Captain Phillips dude. I'm just saying.
It's real super strange. It's super strange, man. No mugshot whatsoever. This dude just got done shooting 3 people, and you're hiding his identity, but they put his name out there.
You think he's illegal?
I think so. Because understanding what they're trying to push out here, this is a huge monkey wrench in that plan. So I have a sneaking suspicion he is not supposed to be here.
I think. And about the topic of the room, I like what y'all were saying, but I also need y'all to watch out for this. I got a copyright strike yesterday for playing that MLK "We Come to Get Our Check," and I did some research, and apparently a white company owns the rights to that video.
Wow.
Wow. Hey, brother, I seen that you had that, man. I seen your post, brother. I didn't know what it was about. I had no idea it was about that, though. Goddamn.
No, that was something different. That I explain tomorrow, but this is about the live stream I did yesterday. Because I had put that speech at the beginning, and I went back. I got an alert saying I got a copyright strike for that, and then I looked it up, and it was a white company.
Hey, let me say this then. Let me tell you this. And I guarantee you that company that owns that footage did not own that a couple years ago. That is a new purchase that they seen that we were galvanizing behind that term, like I was referencing about 30 minutes ago. They seen that we were galvanizing behind that, and that started to become our reparations, rallying cry. So therefore, they do what they always do. They went back and they probably purchased the rights to it. So now they can go and try to sweep it from underneath us while we were gaining traction. I guarantee you they did not own that right until us late.
I would, man, I absolutely second that notion, brother. Man, ooh,
you just broke some news, Kid Gravity. Hey, you need to go ahead and put that out. Take your research, document that, clean it up, and you need to put that out, family. That's something we all need to hear and need to know. I didn't know that. I wasn't aware of that. You need to put that on out, man. Tweet that so everybody can get it, man. So we can put that in the atmosphere.
Man, and what does that say about what we were talking about, reclaiming MLK? I mean, boy, they this might get out of hand.
They scared. They scared, family. They spent trillions of dollars. That's trillions of dollars of White and Luther King that they created, brainwash, going down the drain in 2 years. 2 years. We're not talking about 10 years. We're talking about 2. They was brainwashed. MLK got assassinated in 1968. By 1969, they were already trying to tarnish his legacy and twist his words. They didn't even wait a year for that stuff. So you're talking about trillions of dollars over decades that they were trying to do this stuff. My mother was a baby when MLK, I'm talking about a baby, like an infant, when MLK was assassinated. You understand what I'm saying? So you're talking about a whole lifespan of people who were born in that time frame, and they spent trillions of dollars. And for us in the black grassroots to show up and say, we coming to get our check, to say, no, that's our brother. This is foundational Black America. That's our ancestor. You're not going to run around and throw dirt on his name. You ain't going to put no smut on his legacy. For us to do that and do it for real now, not just with words. We ain't the motherfuckers we ain't them Hotep cats running around. This ain't the Moorish temple where we just saying shit in the atmosphere. No, like we saying it and we doing it. You feel me? So for us to literally come and say, nah, that ain't happening, homeboy. We taking MLK back. That is a sign that they're afraid. And trust and believe, you're going to see a lot more scare tactics that they're up to right now. And I'm not surprised by what Gravity just said. And I'm really probably looking for the next thing that they do. But that shows you again, family, the impact. That's the impact, brother. That is us being on our square, on our game, and making things change. It's one thing to speak a change. It's another thing to actually go and commit the change. And we've been committed to it. Therefore, we've been taking it. And this is what's got them afraid and it's got them shook. So we're going to see a lot more of this. But guess what? Like I always say on the Black Alpha Network, when they get here, we'll be waiting on them.
And make no mistake, family, that you're probably going to start seeing a lot of our like our historians and a lot of those videos. I would advise y'all to go get as much of that collections as you possibly can before these folks start getting, hey, we got to go ahead and take down this John Henry Clark. We're going to take down this Dr. Claude Anderson. We're going to, because trust me, family, they don't want you listening to wisdom. They don't want you to hear financial prevention, understanding how to defend yourself financially, learning communal economics and group thinking along those lines, which you hear it now. Unfortunately, you hear that type of thing in the what we need to do conversation. And what I got to say to that is literally it's taking place right now. You're watching things come together organically and grow. But, not everything. What they say, Rome wasn't built in a day. The system of white supremacy will not be dismantled overnight. At least not by us. But with that being said, we always got to stay mindful of just like what Kid Gravity is saying. Because this, and just like what my brother Black Alpha just mentioned, these people probably did not have any interest in owning those clips. But now those clips have major value because it disrupts the whole changing of who Dr. Martin Luther King was that they had been doing for 50 plus years. So, yeah, we, like my brother said, in 2 years, we have been able to reclaim our own. That says a lot. Y'all give yourselves a round of applause for that because you earned it, because that is a grassroots effort. So shout out to all of y'all and everybody who has stayed at the throat of this dominant society's oppressive hand. So shout out to all of y'all. Kid Gravity Beyond, go ahead, brother.
Yeah, real quick, because I gotta get back to the presentation. But I put the screenshot of the email and just look at the company that did that. And I'm gonna head out.
Hey man, hey, Kid, make sure you put that out, tweet that out, man. Tag some of the big three, man, because y'all know they mess with their channels all the time. Make sure that's aware of everybody.
I got you.
Wow. I'm just looking at it. That's crazy. That is crazy. If y'all want to take a look at what he got a copyright strike on, it's in the Jumbotron. Now, now if I just said look at them damn devils, I probably would be wrong, huh? Wow. So, with that being said, family, we always know we have no friends. Well, you go ahead, brother. You wanted to chime in?
Hey, and you notice that copyright strike for that there just happened to be on the heels of MLK Day too, right? You see the timing? You see the timing, man. Not only did this occur, but this also occurred right on the heels of MLK Day, right in the new era of us reclaiming our brother. So, something like this happens, man. It's so evidently clear that has the dominant society and has the trick bag written all upside down. As a matter of fact, since we kind of going there, brother, I'd be remiss, and I think we'd both be remiss if we didn't bring this up, since we are talking about our brother, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Can somebody please, somebody in the room, come on up? Somebody please talk to me and tell me what the hell was that statue that they put out? Can somebody tell me what the hell? I know they said that was them hugging, but I'm sorry. That looked like it had about 7 different agendas with, 7 different colors in that flag. It was terrible. It was a joke. Family, this is what we talking about. The very fact that 15 years ago, let's be real, brother, 15, 10, 20 years ago, they'd have had that statue. It would have been a big unveiling. John Lewis would have showed up. They would have had everybody. He was talking about how he was glad he got his ass whooped on Selma. Barack Obama would have been there. Michelle Obama would have been there. Everybody would have been there. It would have been this big, massive unveiling, and they would have used that as some type of symbolic gesture of victory. The very fact that they made all of that shit, and not only was we not feeling it, we was clowning that shit. We was clowning it because it was whack. That was lame as hell. It was a desperate attempt. And they do not like the fact that they can put all that time, energy, and effort into putting something out there like that. And it's meant to stall us or to derail us. And we simply dismissed it on sight. Soon as brothers and sisters seen it, they was clowning it. As a matter of fact, by the time I got on my timeline yesterday, I'm telling y'all, family, I ain't lying. I went down probably about 2 seconds and I seen 4 or 5 brothers and sisters. Some of y'all in here right now, and I seen all y'all tweets, and that shit was funny. Going down my timeline, I seen brothers and sisters clowning it, rejecting it, refuting it, letting them know we ain't going for that type of stuff. And that's the type of energy. They thought that was going to be something monumental, like it would have been during the Yes We Can era, the Can't We All Get Along era. That would have been something big. And they, like I said, they would have had a whole goddamn, Channel 12 news coverage, and John Lewis and Elijah Cummings would have been there, and they would have talked about civil rights and all that. That didn't get off the ground. As a matter of fact, I feel they were embarrassed because that shit was an epic failure. Somebody tell me what that was, because we all understand that was con game every day and twice on Sundays. We know that was BS. That was not real at all. That was a joke. That was not thorough. If they think that was going to move foundational Black Americans in this era, in the reparations era, oh, they got another motherfucking thing coming. They got another thing coming. And that lets you know that there's a major disconnect between what they think they're going to pull on us and what the fuck they ain't gonna pull on us. And we letting them know, and we reminding their ass every second. What was your thoughts on that? I don't even want to call it statue, brother. Whatever the hell that was. What was your thoughts on that? Whatever the hell that was.
Man, let me say. I saw that thing. I'm like, what is so? Okay, I have an issue with the fact that you did not include their heads. Because that right there off the rip, it's like, that's real. That's them people type shit to me. You know what I'm saying? You got a black dude. Oh, he's supposedly, that's like shit. I'm just gonna keep it a buck. Like when I see something like that, let's spend all this money to still slight the man. And then you got it's called the embrace. I get the picture. Please. It's ugly. It's distasteful, and it's really an insult, in my opinion. Look at how they do all the black statues, like the George Floyd statue. He's sitting on a bench in a wife beater. Like, are you kidding? Are you kidding? This is how they do us, man. And we just supposed to just sit up there and take it and grin, like, oh well, thank you. This is really powerful. I'm really moved and I'm inspired by this. And this is saying black love to me. You kidding? 2 arms going every which way but nowhere. I'm confused. And then right now it says, okay, well, this is Martin Luther King. It's based on the embrace. Man, 15 years from now, that thing is going to be meaning something else. They did this in tribute to what's that Pulse nightclub, and it's gonna be something else.
Hey, brother. Hey, and then they're gonna say that MLK practiced that lifestyle. That's what they're going to say. They're going to say, a lot of people don't know, because y'all know what they do. They'll go back and have their bullshit documentaries with their bullshit historians, and they're going to say, well, we really made that because MLK actually practiced that lifestyle, and we just wanted to go ahead and put that out. And at the time, people didn't really want to know that, but we were really being trailblazers. Guarantee you, family. Guarantee you. Same way they run around here talking about him with all these W women and everything like that. I guarantee you that. And that's why they didn't put the heads and stuff on there, so they can have a little wiggle room to where they say, well, we kind of sort of maybe did that. Guarantee, brother. Watch.
And what's so funny about that is the way that people have even heard the story of the white women is the what I call triple B, Beta built bit, Bayard Rustin. That dude right there, that is literally the CIA agent, FBI agent, Plant that was down there. He was trying to tell on everything that MLK was doing, reporting back to them folks. And he's also the one that was very instrumental in making the pivot from black folks to the LGBTQ movement to what you know today for civil rights. So, yeah. So if y'all like, well, he was best with these white women, think about who put that out. It was Bayard Rustin. For those of
and they try to frame him too. Remember that, brother. They went to him with recordings and little allegations and whatnot, and they tried to frame him so he can go ahead and pivot off of his stances. And they were saying, well, we got this on you, we got this on you, and we got that on you. So you see, as they were recording him and they were surveillancing him, these were the type of things that they used as weapons against that brother.
Absolutely, man. And looking at that statue, again, I'm totally with what you're saying, brother. I believe they are going to pivot, change the agenda about it and behind it, because that's just how these wicked individuals do. We just now seeing these release tapes from Nixon and Ronald Reagan. Both them dudes have been dead for a minute, and you waiting 50 years to put something out just to let us know, oh, well, yeah, they were racist. Now, of course, we knew that. But go ahead, brother.
Hey, they did the same thing with Jacqueline Kennedy Onassis. Remember when she was talking about who? She was talking about Martin Luther King.
Facts.
They put those tapes out. She was talking all types of terrible things about MLK. She said she hated him. She said, now, mind you, they tried to campaign her and John F. Kennedy as some type of civil rights hero. They tried to campaign her and her husband as some type of civil rights icons, like they cared about black people. And then you see the tapes came out of Jacqueline Kennedy openly saying that she hated MLK. I think she was praising, when he was being harmed. She said that was a good thing. And this is somebody that they try to make like some type of Karen savior. But then you come to find out that she was obviously just like all Karens, anti-black.
Oh, hell yeah. She was over there praising it and that awful man. Like, oh, wow. Yeah, that's what time it was with her. And, but she'll get up there and get in front of a mic and start talking about women are women. And, unfortunately, we've had a whole generation of women buy into that type of shit, which I will always say, ladies, when they talk about women, they don't mean you. That only means white women and white identifying women. That never means black women. So when they get up there and start, you see the Kamala Harris's and Hillary Clinton's up there, they say women. That does not mean you. That means white identifying women and white men who identify as women as well. So yes, white men who identify as women trump you. So y'all better understand, y'all ain't got no friends over there. Y'all ain't got no friends over there. I just want to make that plain. Now bringing it back also to the topic of the room. Dr. Martin Luther King didn't dream of an anti-black tether. And, it's not just Mamadou Diallo, which is odd that that's his name. Because isn't that the same name of the brother from New York? And
Cutting kind of close, family. Cutting it close.
Man, I just, every time I look at that name, like, damn, that's very close. And it almost seems like, man, you know how these people rewrite history. It's like kind of cleaning up an image over time. You feel what I'm saying, brother?
Oh, absolutely, man. Yeah, you know, they give it time. See, supremacy, they don't mind waiting things out because the more they'll wait things out, the more they feel they can stall us. That's why they upset right now, is because they thought that we'd be tired. They thought we'd be tired and going to lay down and take a nap. They didn't understand the type of energy, passion that we have for what we're getting. That's why I always say, man, this era is different. This era is different. We're not going to be stalled out by their game. So they don't mind waiting 20, 30, 40, 50 years. They don't mind sitting there, you know, stringing us along, getting us in straw man arguments. They don't mind any of that because they think if we can wait them out, then my generation after generation after generation of kids will wait out their generation of kids. And they don't like the fact that we're moving beyond that and we're moving past that. So yeah, you're absolutely right, brother. They play a lot of word games, a lot of trickery, backdoor tactics, you know, a lot of undermining and undermining things that they try to use against us to derail us. I always say it's miseducation, misrepresentation, and misdirection. And you're going to see one of those three, if not all three, when you're dealing with the dominant society. And you see it right now with this Tether situation. And let me say this, fam, because I want to put this out there in the open. Can anybody find me any audio, any clip, any quote of MLK talking about open borders? Because he's being championed as some type of immigration dude, and they're using him as some type of immigration guy. MLK was not going around talking about open borders, and people. There was a border back then. We're not talking about the fucking dinosaurs. This wasn't Jurassic Park, okay? They had borders back then as well. If he was supporting the borders and hopping over, and he was talking about everybody just flying into America, there was planes back then. There was planes, there was fences, there was borders, there was all of that back then. How come you cannot provide me anything substantial of MLK running around here talking about open borders, everybody flock to America, come on in and blend in with foundational Black Americans, or come on in here and go above foundational Black Americans? You can't find me not one clip of MLK speaking on that. And I'm not talking about something that a motherfucker will put out there and then start trying to reach and be like, well, technically he was kind of sort of talking about that. Nah, fuck that. I'm talking about clear. MLK was a very intelligent man. He spoke and he chose his words very wisely. If he was out here telling everybody to come on into America and he was supporting immigrants and all that kind of shit to this level, you would have heard it. The fact that you have not heard it means that brother did not say it. Do you feel me, brother? Can you find anything out there that shows that MLK was an advocate for anything more than foundational Black Americans? That's who he advocated for. Everybody else may have been secondary. They may have been in his thoughts down the line, but his primary focus, his primary goal, and his primary agenda was about us. When he talked about reparations, he's talking about us. He started talking about chattel slavery. He started talking about 40 acres and a mule. He was not talking about Jorge or Mr. Lumbumba.
Big facts. He specifically spoke about the American Negro, which of course we identify today as foundational Black Americans. He often only used those words, and he used them words very frequently to the American Negro and the Negro here in the South and the Negroes in America. He only referred to one group. And then when he actually talked about immigration, he was talking about the Homestead Act, that how these and how he referred to white immigrants is as peasants. So I could not assume that he would be an open borders individual, especially just, you know, from what I can remember of that generation while they were living while I was a child. That generation was not ever heavy on open borders. That was more of the talking head of the establishment Black folks that were pushing that line. That was not really popular in the Black community because, of course, we knew you're not Russian, but well, they would have like African students every now and then come over here. There was no major immigration push like that, not for the Black ones. So we seen no talk of immigration out of Dr. Martin Luther King. I can't remember that ever happened. And I mean, you know, we went through. I think between all of us up here in this thing, we done went through quite a bit of footage of Dr. King interviews, and I can't recall ever hearing him making such a drastic conversation to talk about immigration. He actually was talking about how integration was failing us. So if he's talking about how integration is turning out to be more of a failure, there's no way that that man would be talking about pro-immigration, because that works against the, of course, that he was saying, the American Negro. It works against what we're trying to get accomplished. And look at what's taking place. They started pushing immigration, and we got that further away from reparations. We're talking about Martin Luther King. He was on the reparations train then. So what they did with immigration is exactly that, stunted his vision. And then say, to add insult to injury, let's call them dreamers. Ain't that something, brother?
That's a damn shame, family. Hey, and you're right about that. That's a damn good point, brother. The fact that he referred to the dominant society's immigrants as peasants, that already shows. If he's saying that about the dominant society, then booyah, right there, right? And then on top of that, if he's sitting there and he's speaking of, reparations and claims of that, then he would also understand the way that things operated in terms of immigration. And immigration really was not a hotbed issue, as you said back then. Immigration didn't really take off. Be honest with you, I would say what we say, brother, Reagan and Clinton is when immigration became like a massive thing. Would you agree, brother?
Absolutely.
See, right there, right that point. You feel me? So what people got to understand is that they actually ended up using MLK's legacy to pump immigration, but MLK was never somebody out here jumping up in joy for that. He was speaking on us and solely us. And that's the beauty of bringing it all the way back home. And that's the beauty of us reclaiming our brother's legacy, because now his legacy cannot be used as a weapon. They try to weaponize every single thing. They'll take our leaders and they'll weaponize us. Anybody, and I'm sure some of y'all might have been homeschooled, but anybody who grew up in public schools, I'm going to tell you, there's going to be three things that you notice that they taught us. And these are all misnomers and they all straight up bullshit. They all told us that Martin Luther King, he had that dream and supremacy went away. That's what they teach little kids. They also tell you that the Red Indian was the original person. Okay, they say that's the original human on Earth. Okay, this is what they teach kids. So now the fact that we found out our indigenous and ancestral presence right here in America, that's another thing that we've reclaimed, because they were running around telling us that that wasn't the case. And they also used to teach us basically that the Black Panther Party was the Black equivalent of the Ku Klux Klan. That's what they would teach people in school. And they teach our kids this directly, indirectly, consciously, and subconsciously. And we have reclaimed all of those. We got they bullshit out the way. And they spend a lot of time trying to brainwash folks on that. But, with the advantation of the internet, the advantation of technology, and us just being on code, we've been able to reverse that. So the reverse effect is something that we created. They could have done that back in the old days, but they was too busy, yes, we can, and running around and jumping for joy. That's why, if you notice, not only did you have the MLK, you also had the Barack Obama. And Zilla, I'm going to throw this at you, brother. Have you noticed that the same time that we were reclaiming Martin Luther King's legacy is the same time Barack Obama's legacy started to take a hit, because they tried to use Barack Obama as a modern version of MLK. They tried to take I Have a Dream and duplicate that with Yes, We Can. And they used that to get that man elected. They was going to try to put Barack Obama. They was trying to put Barack Obama's pictures in school, and they was going to try to teach these kids that the same way Martin had a dream and racism went away, Barack Obama said, yes, we can. And racism went away. And they was on the fast track to pulling that shit off until we showed up. And then the Black grassroots era showed up, and then we got on code and we put an end to all of that shit. That got negated quick, fast, in a hurry. So the same time while we're reclaiming MLK and we're uplifting our brother and taking him back from the dominant society, is the same time where Barack Obama can't go around and tell us to pick up your pants and your cousin Pookie. So he's seen a hit in his legacy. A couple years ago, he used to show up, black folks to jump for joy. Now he's showing up and nobody really gives a damn. And a lot of candidates that he was supporting and he was out here, campaigning for, they losing elections. So you see Barack Obama and his little fake, I want to be MLK, that type of shit don't work no more. And the real MLK has been reclaimed. Have you been noticing the Barack Obama hit at the same time that the MLK classification has went back up, brother?
Absolutely. I mean, I think the biggest place to kind of see about that type of energy is with like the Stacey Abrams campaign. They pulled out all the stops for this woman. You have Barack Obama doing drops for her. And she could not pull it off. She could not pull it off. So that's why, if you remember, he had to go down there for Raphael Warnock. He had to be on site because it didn't work out for old Stacey. And then he was like, well, shit, we got to turn it up to get this dude over the hump, because Raphael Warnock is barely eking past Herschel Walker. They spent $80 million to get that dude on that just to get people out to vote for the runoff. $80 million to get past Herschel freaking Walker. Dude. So just understanding the tarnish that comes with Barack Obama, man, he ain't packing them in like he used to. And it's good though, because here's another thing that ain't none of us heard in a long time, and I'm glad. Post-racial era. Y'all remember that? Oh, we got Barack Obama. I mean, man, I just remember watching TV One and seeing all them old. What's Torian Rain's favorite dude out there? The Black Eagle. He up there crying. I can't believe I actually lived to see this. Oh, I just, for all of the ancestors, oh, they just got to be so proud. Oh, God. Oh, it was just all over the top. If you guys, whoever has any video of that, y'all need to put that up, because that is just, now looking back on it, just the most cringe-worthy footage. I would love to just go back and revisit all of that. All that crying and sobbing they was doing the day that Barack Obama got inaugurated, and now he can't even get Stacey Abrams elected in the state of Georgia, one of the blackest states in the country, and you can't pull it off. That says a lot. Yeah, them patent leathers ain't shining how they used to, partner.
Hey, it's funny, fam. Hey, let's go there since we on that page, brother. They've tried to, as we say, they tried to reduplicate the fake image. This how fucked up the dominant society is. They will come up with a fake image of MLK, and then they will try to create other people in the fake image of the MLK that they created. I'm glad you brought up Stacey Abrams, brother. Stacey Abrams, they was trying, that's why I called her Mammy Luther King. Okay, they was trying to run with Mammy Luther King. Let's be real, brother. They were doing the same exact play with her, because she was out. Didn't she get nominated for a Nobel Peace Prize? What the fuck did she do to get a Nobel Peace Prize nomination? Other than they knew that MLK was affiliated with the Nobel Peace Prize, and they thought that would be a nice mimic and duplication of the fake image that they created. So you see what we're talking about. It's funny how when we're sitting here talking about reclaiming MLK, we can come up with 4 or 5 new versions that they try to create, and each and every one of them fail. As you were talking about Raphael Warnock, didn't he just have Joe Biden up in was it the MLK church out there? They was doing that type of stuff. They was trying to get that popping off. So, and that was just what, yesterday? So you see what we saying. They try to have that Raphael Warnock try to be on that MLK stuff, Stacey Abrams, Barack Obama. This is what they always do. They always want to get the nice Negro, because they knew that the MLK, the real person, wasn't on that bullshit. So they had to assassinate him and create that image. And then they had to create people in the image, because they know the real MLK was for us. He was about us, and he was on it for real, for real. So this is what the dominant society does. If they can't do it in a real way, they'll do it in a phony way. It's by hook or by crook. So Mammy Luther King, Stacey Abrams, they was trying to do the same exact thing with her. They was trying to pump her up as some type of civil rights hero. They were saying, and I'm sitting there looking at her civil rights, record, and I did a lot of research, and I couldn't find nothing. I couldn't find any type of civil rights victory that she ever had. As a matter of fact, as you study and you examine her, you come to find out she ain't ever won no real election. So somebody tell me, how did she ever get nominated for a Nobel Peace Prize? Because she allegedly, and I say that very loosely, flipped the Democratic Party in Georgia. They flipped it from Republican to the Democrats. But I got some reservations about that, because at the end of the day, if she could do that in 2020, how come she couldn't win in 2024? So that's a real funny style issue. But even if she did, that's means of a Nobel Peace Prize? Or were they trying to conjure up the same thoughts of MLK? The same way, yes, we can. They were trying to conjure up the same thoughts of MLK with him. And the same thing they're doing with Raphael Warnock. You understand? I think they say reverend. Ain't he a reverend or a pastor, whatever? He's a reverend. You know what I'm saying? So they try to do the same exact play over and over again. And every one of them has failed. So don't let nobody tell y'all what we needs to do or we needs to get this better. We've been doing a damn good job. The very fact that they can take MLK and try to come up with a fake image, and we can snatch that back. And then every single person, man or woman, Democrat, Republican, independent, that they've tried to put in front of us and say, hey, this is the new MLK. Y'all go be nice like that person. Y'all go all lives matter like that person. Y'all go forgives the enemy like that person. We said hell to the no. Family, ain't that an accomplishment, brother? Talk to me.
Man, that's a huge accomplishment, man, because that's changing the conversation, and that's what was necessary to happen, man. Because as long as outsiders control how we look at ourselves, man, they can have us looking at anything. I seen prime example. I seen a interview of Jaguar Wright. Now, take that with a grain of salt. But something that she said a lot of these female rappers that people like and that are influencing other people, their rhymes are not written by them. Their rhymes are literally being written by a man. So a man is literally shaping the minds of the female listeners because the females are identifying with this male's lyrics that are supposed to be representing a woman. What's the difference in letting them give our icons back to us? So yeah, man, I'm really glad that we're in this era because, man, we are controlling the narrative here, but this is just one place where it starts. So just looking at what I mentioned, the rap thing, I hope that people are always keep that in mind when you start hearing being flued out and all of this, because also take notice, all of those girls, all those women rappers who rap like that, ain't none of them happy in no relationships. Everybody who has pushed that lifestyle, to push that mindset, they are all depressed because it was for the dollar and agenda. The agenda was never us. So again, man, we reclaim, and I'm glad that this is happening, man, because these folks will whitewash every image of us that there is no limit to what they do. I mean, hell, give them a few years, and me and this. If you just think about it now, they trying to say Jason Black white? You hear it right now. Jason Black was white. So where do you think that come from? You may have a black voice holler some of these things, but always remember, not everything you hear is coming from that same source. And so I'm just giving you a comparison, because when you hear certain black groups come out here and they start talking crazy, I'm just saying that might not actually be coming from them. Some of these so-called reparationists out here might have ghostwriters. they might be using other people's words, other people's agendas. I'm just saying it's something to be mindful of. What do you think about that, brother?
Oh man, history's proven that. History's proven it, brother. That's exactly what happens. Trust and believe. Oh, let me say this to everybody. Let me just put everybody on game. If you think that in this era right now, that the dominant society ain't gonna try to, twist and turn some of the higher ups in this community and try to repaint their legacy and just bold-faced lie, you crazy. Because they've always done it. If you ever want to understand future behavior, understand past behavior. Understand that when somebody shows you who they are, believe them the first time. It don't take 200 years to understand that. You feel me, Zilla?
Big facts. And
hey, I'm gonna say it like this, brother. Hey, listen, if we want to know what they're gonna try to do in this era, look what they did in the previous eras, man. We just sat here and gave a whole list. I mean, we can compile hundreds of years. We were just talking about them painting Martin Luther King rainbow, and then they did the same thing to Tupac. We just sat here and said that they try to all lives matter MLK. They try to all lives matter everybody else. So they're going to try the same game. But the only difference is the onus is on us. The onus is on us to prevent that stuff. As far as I'm concerned, the dominant society, you know what they're going to do. We know what they're going to do. If you don't know what the dominant society going to do, you need to sit your ass down. Okay, because it's out in the open. All right, there ain't that much reading in the world. If you don't understand that they're going to come from a devious point, then your ass is not fit for this. This work is not fit for you. But what we have to do is we got to understand when they come here with it, we ready for it. The onus is on us. We got to defend ourselves. We got to be on game amongst ourselves. That's why you got to be on code. Once you're on code, everything will fall into place. So when they come over here and they try to repaint things, they try to slide the tethers in, we know they're going to do that. So therefore, we have something to combat that. The issue is when black folks was tying their hands behind their back and they didn't have anything to combat it. Now we do. And we have it by being amongst ourselves. Because I'm going to tell you like this. If I may not have the answer, my brother Sage got the answer. My brother Zilla got the answer. My sister Dark and Lovely got the answer. My man Kid Gravity. My man Jeff Well. Melanated Minds. Somebody going to have the answer. Point blank, period. And that's how we stay on game. And that's how we get ready for whatever type of deceptive tactic that they're going to pull. Because we know they're going to pull it. They just don't know that we're going to counter that shit right on back. You feel me, dog?
I absolutely do, brother. And again, ladies and gentlemen, y'all feel free to go on here and come on up. This is an open floor. It ain't just us. This is a family discussion. So y'all go ahead and come on up and chime in on this. Because I don't know if you guys have all heard about this anti-black tether, this African up here who hates black folk up here in Renton, Washington. And that's what he said. If you read the article, it literally is saying that. I don't know how the hell he's not charged with a hate crime right now, but I mean, if you read the article, a matter of fact, let me go find that. Matter of fact, let me go get that and put that in the jumbotron. Go ahead and take it real quick, brother.
Yeah, big deal, family. I'm gonna put out some new terms, man, because we all got to update our terms. 2-3 years ago, nobody was saying tether. Our brother Tariq put that out there. It's been a wonderful word. I love that word. That's some of that brother's best work because that identifies everything. But we're gonna update the game, and I want to start calling these ABTs, okay? These anti-black tethers. And we got to understand that. So I don't want nobody coming around thinking, anti-black is just from the dominant society. We already know that. But you got a lot of these folks anti-black. They anti-black in their home countries. So when they come over here, they're definitely anti-black. So we got to understand that you're going to have a lot of these ABTs, anti-black tethers, and you're also going to have a lot of these, tether hairlines and these Fleedman foreheads and all types of stuff. So we got to identify it before it gets here, and we got to identify it before it comes up. But I want to speak on that issue that happened out there, the shooting that occurred or whatever. That all that is, family, that's just tribalism. That's tribalism. These people bring tribalism with them. That's what they do. You do not fight in your homeland to the point where they fight so much in their homeland and think that stuff disappears when they come here. If you notice, they never have smoke for colonizers. Okay, their continent has literally been colonized by every single group. They were getting colonized by the Arabic man, then by the white man, then the Asian man, and now it's just to the point they playing hot potato with Africa. They playing hot potato and they passing that shit back and forth, just colonizing them and slicing their ass up like a sweet potato pie. You feel me? So where's all of that for them? Where's all the tribalism for the colonizer? Where's all the tribalism for the person who's come over there, reaching into your fields, taking your diamonds, taking your minerals, taking your resources, impregnating your women, beating you with bamboo sticks? Where the hell is all of the tribalism for them? They don't never fight them people back. But they want to come over here and have smoke for foundational Black Americans. So understand when somebody has that type of thought process to where they're going to have smoke for us for doing nothing because we don't give a damn about them. We don't even think about them. But the fact that they can come over here and start a conflict with us over us as being ourselves, but yet you got people in their homeland stealing everything they have. You cannot do business with these folks because they're not operating in good faith. And shout out to everybody here. Shout out to all my brothers and sisters in the Black grassroots. We have identified that. So therefore now we don't allow it to happen. We're staying true to the game and we're making sure that everything is in-house. We are lineage based and lineage first. And you know what? Being lineage based and lineage first, not only is it a beautiful thing because we some beautiful people, but it's also a beautiful thing because it provides protection. So disallowing all the tethers to come in and all the fleers and all the fleedsmen, disallowing them from coming in, it's not just a good move politically and socially, it's also a good move in terms of self-defense because they can't steal from us and they can't harm us. Big facts. It's on you, Zilla.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. I see we have Havana Storm has came on to the stage. You want to go ahead and speak? So you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hey y'all. Just me bringing up the thing with the Asians, and we know the Asians took the Ugandan airport. I was just reading something about how they own one of these major distribution companies in Jamaica, and there was a Chinese lady that just made this video telling Jamaicans that didn't live in Jamaica that she was more Jamaican than them, and it's a lot. There are Jamaicans that are defending her. There are some Jamaicans that are upset, but there are a lot that are defending her. So there's definitely kind of this romanticizing of other groups that they allow shit that is just like the video is mad disrespectful from my perspective, but I'm not Jamaican. But it's mad disrespectful because you could not see a Jamaican person in China, even if their family had moved to China and lived there for X amount of long, telling Chinese people outside of China that they're more Chinese than them, and that, you know, China is not a Asian nation. There's many different people there, and all the stuff that the lady was saying using patois and their accent. So, you know, there's a very different perspective about that. Yeah, I mean, I did see a couple of Jamaicans pushing back on it, even though, you know, we know the history, we know how some indentured Asian servants have been there, you know, since the 1800s, whatever. All that's fine and good. But there is a lineage in Jamaica of, I think the population is still at like 90%, you know, descendants of enslaved Africans there. So it's just, it again, the allowing of that much disrespect baffles me. I don't get it. I don't understand how. And I guess that's why they don't get when Black Americans are saying, no, you're not going to pretend to be me and X, Y, and Z. But it's just, I don't know if you've seen that video, but that shit is wild to me. And it just undergirds what China is doing in these places, you know, in the diaspora, where not only are they taking over in terms of structures, but to be that bold culturally to tell Jamaicans that are in other places, no, I'm Jamaican. If you come here, you got to get a ticket back to wherever you are. Da, 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 da. So that's all. And if you didn't see the video, I'll inbox you because I don't know how to put stuff in the jumbotron.
Yeah, I definitely seen that. And yeah, you definitely can go ahead and shoot that on over. You can put it in the comment of this thread, and then I can go ahead and put it in the jumbotron.
Okay, cool.
And so what the sister is saying, I've spoke on that, you know, with my experience just dealing with the Caribbeans in Canada. And it's like, yo, the Caribbean folks, like the descendants of slavery in Jamaica, are totally looked at different than the Africans of Jamaica. The Africans of Jamaica, they like, oh, we would never slave. I mean, that's literally the first time I believe I've heard that was in the 90s. We were never slaves. And they were just talking to us like, we never knew that was a thing. Like, oh, you looking down on us because of that? Like, oh, okay, now I see why y'all don't fool with these other folks. So I mean, it was a real cold caste system they had going on. But I now that, you know, I've had more experience, I fully understand what's going on there. And it's so funny how people get upset at us talking about we're xenophobic and tribalism and all of this. Like, man, we have for years been the only group who wasn't. And now that we're saying, no, we just need to focus on us because everybody comes to us like we're being selfish because all we're doing is talking about us. That's what the hell we're supposed to do. But think of the mind state of how people have approached us, family. They look at us as we are just supposed to accept abuse. Hell no. Hell no. That is not what we're here for. So real quick, ladies and gentlemen, if you can direct your attention to the Jumbotron, I'll put it, the story of this anti-Black Tether up in Renton, Washington. There is the story. And I don't know, again, why he has not been charged with a hate crime. Hopefully people start pushing that line because it needs to be done. Because when you're going to come out and say you hate Black folks, we need to prove that, hey, white supremacy can transcend racial groups. And isn't this the living proof that white supremacist anti-Blackness has now flown and jumped out of just white folks and has taken root into these immigrants that they are bringing over here, and they got violent views against us. Man, what do you say about that, brother?
Family. You and our sister just said it perfectly, and I like what our sister said in terms of the boldness. That was good word choice, because a lot of the way that the dominant societies, Asians, and everybody, they treat these tethers bold, very bold, and it goes back to what we say, family. Where's the smoke for these people? It's sad that we could sit here and talk about these people being attacked, by everybody, but yet they come after us. So to tie into what you were saying and what our sister was saying is that when you examine it, you're starting to talk about a whole situation that's more than just somebody who's bitter. It's not like one or two angry people here. Okay, this is a whole culture of being tethered. A tether is it's a lifestyle. It's who you are. You can't be halfway tether. Okay, you either a tether or not. So when we say tether, we're not just talking about people who, cling on to us and try to steal from us. There's a whole thought process. And I've been hitting, the table hard on that for like a year. Anybody who subscribes to the Black Alpha Network, y'all know I always break down the tetherisms, the fleers, the fleedmen from an actual psychological standpoint. So you understand this ain't just somebody who's coming over here and saying, oh, let me just take from them. Like they don't do this casually. You feel me? They're bringing hundreds of years of hatred, hundreds of years of anti-blackness, hundreds of years of being jealous of foundational Black Americans. We talk about MLK. Well, let me tell you like this. When MLK was walking this earth, you had tethers back then who was jealous of FBA. You know what I'm saying? We start saying tether now, but that doesn't mean tethers just were created when we came up with that term. They've been out here. There's been this. I know brothers and sisters that, older heads that were telling me how people were telling them that they weren't real Black folks back in the 1960s. Everybody done heard them stories. Everybody done heard them stories. I got subscribers to my YouTube channel and they be in the chat saying, brother, what you saying right now about tethers? Somebody told me that same thing in 1972. So this ain't nothing new. There's an actual ideology behind this stuff. And when you start adding the political atmosphere about the dominant society and they put their paws in it, then you know it gets crazy. So understand that the hatred towards foundational Black Americans, the jealousy, it is not the minority, it is the majority. How many times y'all see somebody call in and they be like, yo, man, I know there's a lot of tethers out there. I'm from wherever. I'm from Haiti or whatever, but I'm not like that. And that's cool. But just understand that that person who's saying he's not like that, he represents the minority in his country. Have any of y'all ever traveled? Do we got to go places and apologize for our American coons? We don't got to do that. I can travel anywhere right now in the world, and I don't have to go say, hey, man, I'm sorry for Clyburn. We not all like that. Or I'm sorry about what Vanessa Jones did. We not all like that. We don't have to do that. Y'all know why? It's because we G-check our coons right here. They can't go and travel and go coon because they understand they done been G-checked so hard right here in America that they can't take their shit aboard. They can't go and export their cooning because their cooning don't work here. And all of these other places, they don't regulate their coons. They don't regulate their coons, so they coons coon over there in their homelands, and then they bring that shit over here. And then when they find out over here, we don't get down like they do, what happens? They start saying y'all divisive, y'all's means, y'all needs to come home, brother. So that's what it is. We have terms, okay? What is the term for the dominant society in Africa or Haiti or Jamaica? Like, I'm talking about the mainstream term. We got words for the dominant society. We got words for coons. We got words for Sambos and sellouts. We got words for a motherfucker who's off code and throws us under the bus. What do they call them in Jamaica? What do they call them in Africa? What do they call them? They don't have terms for that, but I guarantee you they got terms for us. So the very fact that they cannot provide terms for their sellouts, but yet they got racial slurs for us, their energy is going in the wrong direction. And we've been G-checking and calling that out since day one, and we're going to continue to call it out. You can go ahead and speak on that, my brother.
Absolutely, man. And calling, that's what we have to do. Like I said, we staying foot to the gas, man. Every time we see that type of shit, call it out. Sister Havana, I see you back. Go ahead and you can go ahead and mute yourself.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to what he was saying that we don't have our folks over there cooning. They wouldn't even allow it. So we have a certain behavioral code here, but they wouldn't allow us to do in their countries what they do in ours. There would be no room for a Black American to go to Nigeria and say, I'm going to get rid of the celebration of anything, like that Nigerian dude that was running for governor of Michigan was talking about, if I get elected, I'm going to get rid of Black History Month. They wouldn't allow it. And so it's a two-pronged thing. Like, we have home training, right? Our mothers, part of our cultural identity is you don't show your ass in somebody else's house. That's literally part of our code. Like, you don't do that. But at the same time, they wouldn't allow us to get away with that shit. They would not allow us to be elected into their spaces to undermine their people at all. It would never happen. You never see any of these things in reverse. And then when Black Americans call shit out, they'll say, well, what about X, Y, and Z? And it's like, why are you talking about what Black Americans are doing in their own country? Show me us doing what you're doing in your country. because it doesn't happen. There are no Black Americans playing Nigerians in Nollywood. It's not happening. That only happens over here. So the dichotomy is two-pronged, and it's something that they act like they don't see, but they know it. They know we couldn't go there and do the shit. I mean, you saw those two elders, those 75-year-old Black elders that moved to Ghana to help because they were sincere in their heart, and they bought land. And the local people said they didn't have a right to it. They even went to court, and the court said no, they bought it lawfully, and they murdered them. Two Black elders from Detroit. They murdered them. No respect for them being women, no respect for them being elders. They were seen as outsiders. It was a tribal thing, and they murdered them. And it wasn't, they got caught up in some regular crime or whatever, like that could happen anywhere. They targeted them and murdered them. So they wouldn't allow the slightest bit of that kind of behavior that we see all the time. They would not allow Black Americans to speak for them. You got motherfuckers like Emmanuel Acho talking about conversations with a Black man. That shit blew me away the first time I saw it. And people keep egging this on like you can't speak for a community you're not connected to at all. When Black Americans were going back and forth about the shit with Deion Sanders and HBCUs and PWIs, that's our conversation to have. This motherfucker gonna jump in. It has nothing to do with you. You have nothing to do with the legacy of either of those schools. We built all of them. And any discussion that we have about how we're moving in those spaces are our conversations to have. It has nothing to do with your ass. But the hubris that he felt, that you always see him feel when he's speaking, except he made a post about when they were doing their Nigerian fake independence of 60 years. He made some post talking about Happy Independence Day for people that have more than 20% Niger, like some shit where I guess it was supposed to be a slight, like whatever it was. Now all of a sudden this is about Nigerian, but when you sitting up in here all these times on all these talk shows, you're speaking for Black men in America. That shit is bananas. I'm sorry.
No, that's quite all right. And I'm glad you brought that up because again, what we're talking about, anti-Black tethers, that is if you are speaking for a group that you ain't tied to, then you know good and damn well you don't mean that group no good. That's a hustle, that's a con, and it ain't right. So anybody doing that is off. You know what I'm saying? And that is somebody who is doing something willfully underhanded to our group. And I mean, for like I said, earlier, sometimes you just need to ignore things. Sometimes people need to be ignored. And like I said, if one thing you ever see trying to represent anything within our group, that's a problem. If you are trying to cause division in our group, that's a problem. Those are things that you really don't even have to ask. You'll never ask my opinion because you already know how I feel about that. But with that being said, we got to make sure that those type of people who are getting these positions, I'm glad that you're starting to see them. A lot of them feel the heat, but even more of them do, especially over in that sports space, because they have been able to fly under the damn radar for far too long. And, of course, we got the Stephen A. Smiths, but just like you said, that Emmanuel Ocho dude, he's a clown. I really don't care for that dude. He's one of those. He reminds me of like the Groovin' Gorilla dude. He's just like the Groovin' Gorilla that does sports commentating. I literally look at that dude the same way. Now I don't know if that's just me, but that's how he rubs me. What about you, brother?
Hey, man, I got to tie into what our sister said because that was big facts. There's a lot to unpack right there. You're absolutely right, sister. They would never allow us to even halfway go there. They don't allow us to go over there and do good things. So you know damn well they would never allow the Clyburns and them to go over there and start the cooning and stuff like that. And that story, I remember that story. And just like this story about the shooting, that went right under the rug. That went right under the rug. People do not even talk about that, about the elderly couple from Detroit, Michigan, and went up there and were harmed. And I hear a multitude of different stories about Black folks who had this romanticized vision of going back to the motherlands, a lot of the Pan-Africanisms, and they went over there and a lot of them disappeared, did not like the way it went because they find out that it's not as sweet as you believe because the tribalism is deep. If they are treating somebody on the other side of the valley, the other side of the jungle, the other side of the desert with spite and vitriol, then you know how they gonna come at us. You know how they gonna come at us. These people have a deep-seated hatred for foundational Black Americans. And I always say this is my example. You got to understand, to them, a foundational Black American is like the person that they didn't want to talk to in high school, and the person went on to become the president. You feel me? It's the girl that couldn't get a date, and she went on to become a supermodel. They didn't give a damn about us. You know, the only people that ever called foundational Black American brothers and sisters during slavery was other foundational Black Americans. The only people who call us brothers and sisters today are other foundational Black Americans. Now all this come home, brother, and they throw that stuff around. They only throwing that around once we started talking about reparations. You ain't heard the term brother come from them as much as it has until we said reparations. Reparations started coming up, then all of a sudden it became brothers. Did y'all see that video? I'm pretty sure a bunch of people did, about the guy saying Black Americans should get reparations. This is an African guy. He said we should get reparations so we can invest in Africa. You see, you knew it had to go back to them. Now, to somebody who's not really on game, that's going to go right past them. You feel me? But in reality, I see it a little deeper. I see people who thought that they were going to be included in our reparations, found out that wasn't going to happen. So now they're saying, okay, since I can't get the money directly deposited in my bank account, I can't get the reparations directly to my house. Let me see how I can get it. Oh, I got it. Let me say, come home, brother. And then eventually the foundational Black Americans can just take their reparations money and come over here and invest. Either way, what happens, family? Our reparations money goes back to Africa under his logic. So we got to watch all these people. You see 100 different faces. You see the first face of y'all not really Black, y'all Lakota, go home. And then you see we talk about reparations. Then it's come home, brother. Come get some of that African love. You feel me? Come back to the diaspora, invest in us. So we got to see the way they flip the game and they change the game and they spin it all the way around to fit whatever logic they have. That is the mentality of a tether. We're going to have a whole space where we just break down the thought process of a tether or a fleeman or a fleer. We're going to have to break it down so people understand this ain't just about somebody coming over here with Joe Loft in an empty suitcase. These are about people who do not like us, hate us, have vitriol and spite, jealousy, and envy. And I'll say this. You could take the tribe that they hate the most, and they'll be more friendly with that tribe they hate the most than they ever would with us, because we got something that they don't have. That is international success. Havana, it's back on you, my sister.
Yeah, the year of return was only targeted at Black Americans. And I said, why did nobody ask about that? Brazil has more African descendants than any place else outside of the continent. Colombia is behind them second. Only 2 to 4% of enslaved Africans ended up on the soil that became the United States. 96 to 98% ended up in the Caribbean and in Latin America. Why were Black Americans the only group targeted with this year of return? People don't even ask questions. We're not even nowhere near the numbers. Brazil is majority African descendants, but they didn't target them. They didn't target Jamaicans or Bajans. They only targeted us. It's like people have to connect the dots to why we get all this vitriol, but then simultaneously get all of this. There was a video that I was watching, and it was I can't remember the lady's name. She was an African lady. She was being interviewed by this British man, and he was talking about the African brain drain, where Africans are going to Europe and to the United States, and they're not helping. And she goes, well, the real brain drain started 500 years ago when all of our best and brightest and strongest were taken during the slave trade. And I said, well, look at that shit right there. Because have them tell it, we're the leftovers. And I said, it's funny where the presentation of enslavement focuses on manual labor, when it really was so much bigger than that. When Europeans were requesting specific skill sets, The Gullah Geechee people in the Low Country, where my family on my mother's side is from, in the Carolinas, are rice farmers. That was a specific request. There are things that they needed done. It wasn't just a bunch of just big bucks. I mean, we know that they got the biggest and the strongest and then bred us into bigger and stronger. And you had to even be big and strong enough to survive the voyage, right? So that we know physically, right? That's why nobody's taking us in a sprint. It's not happening. We understand that physical part. But we're also the people that even after enslavement had 50,000 patents by the turn of the century, only rivaled by Germany and England, the enslaved people. And that's just the shit we were legally allowed to patent. That's not all the stuff that was stolen from us. So the idea where it focuses on, the manual labor, no, it was the mental. It was the intellectual property. It was the inventions. It was the ingenuity. It's all these different things. But they were presented as if, oh, no. That's why they were easily colonized after, because you done sent your big, best, and brightest away. You done sold them for trinkets. And then after the Europeans was done doing that, well, now this is easy work. This is what's left. And the lady admitted it in the video. So the layers of conversations that are not being had because it's going to make people look at themselves, right? We didn't even want to address, I had this conversation about how offensive that whole Woman King movie was when the Dahomey were one of the biggest slave traders on the continent. And that there's literally a book written, a first-hand account, Barracoon, written by Zora Neale Hurston, of Cudjoe Lewis. And he explicitly talked about the barbarism of these female warriors that slaughtered people in his village before they held him in the Barracoon, which is those slave dungeons, for months waiting for pickup from the white folk. And this was after trading Africans was outlawed globally, where it literally had capital punishment. That last slave ship that they talked about was these two white barons of industry that made a bet that they could get away with it, because they used to still do it even after. And if they would get caught, they would just, drop the cargo, aka the people, chained up in the ocean and act like they wasn't doing anything. And they had insured the ships anyway, so it was what it was. But Zora Neale Hurston wrote this book 80-something years ago. And Black leaders were uncomfortable with the idea of discussing the fact that there were Africans selling people. It was too much for them to deal with. I think they said Richard Wright was one of the people that put the kibosh on the book. And it sat for 80-something years until 2018 when it got released. And this is first-hand account. Zora Neale Hurston had video and audio from this man. And his grandson, I think, is a pastor still in Alabama. And he's only in his 70s. His grandson is in his 70s. But it detailed the Dahomey and what they did. And this movie tries to present them as some kind of heroines. That shit was so offensive to me. Of course, the script was written by white women. But I'm like, I don't understand. Like, I'm like, we're going to hear in a couple of years, just like Viola said she was sorry about doing the help, it's going to be this. Because, and Lupita Nyong'o pulled out of the shit because she was in the midst of a documentary about the Dahomey. And when she found out all the shit she did, she said, I can't do this. How is that possible that this Kenyan woman was like, nah, I can't? And the lead, a Black American, let that go down. Like, that frustrates me. I don't understand it. But again, these stories kind of pull back this mask that they were just victims instead of co-conspirators with Europeans. Because now both of y'all got to answer for shit. And we don't. We the only motherfuckers ain't do nothing to nobody. But both of y'all got to answer. And they don't want to do that. They're, oh, no, the European. No, those were your co-conspirators, just like white women do. When they complain about shit. And like Dave Chappelle said, you was in on the heist, you just mad at your cut. They was in on that shit. But then when that turned around and slapped them in the face once they were weakened, and white folks was like, yeah, so why don't you get your ass on this ship too? I'm going to run roughshod over here. And now you got what you got now. And now you got the Asians coming back, creating businesses, telling you can't come into businesses on your own soil, which is madness. So until all that reality slaps people, and it's like, okay, because you have to atone and be like, oh shit, this is what we like. This is kind of karma. Like, we know they devils, but shit, y'all was riding right with them. They performed forgetfulness rituals. They used to have a forgetful tree that they would make people walk around and do this ritual so that they would forget where they came from and not come back or have their descendants come back for revenge. So you can't act like you didn't know what you was doing. So it's like there's so many pieces that have been hidden, and I know part of it is because Black Americans, as smart and all these academic institutions that we have, that was a hard pill to swallow when white people would throw that in our faces and say, oh, your own people did X, Y. We push back. Oh, well, they didn't understand what so you so brilliant that you do this, but you don't understand centuries later that this is going on. You get that for the first ship that left. But you building dungeons, got the door of no return. You know what's going on, but it was tribal, so it didn't matter to you. Those are your enemies, so it is what it is. But we all have to deal with the reality of what it actually was. And there, again, the reason they're still going through this shit is because they haven't changed. They have not changed. They haven't learned the lessons that they should have learned from the tribalism that made them justify the shit that they were doing. And I land.
Wow, very powerful, sister. And that whole woman king thing, I'm glad you brought that up too, because look at all the people we did a space on it, and there was a dude that tried to come in and tell us that we were wrong for not supporting the movie, and somehow it was still a good thing to honor our ancestors enslavers, who, again, just like I'm glad you also mentioned the other part, they were still trying to get slave ships here after slavery was outlawed.
Yep.
I mean, so this just tells you the devious nature of these. That's what I'm saying. We got white supremacists in blackface. And it's true. And just like she said, it clearly has been a very hard pill for people to swallow, because I've heard just in like even maybe last 5 years, people trying to say, well, I hear people say that black folks sold other black folks. That's just bullshit. No, it absolutely is not. It's fact. And now that we have things like the woman king, a lot of those people kind of just swallowed their tongues and sailed away into the sunset. But we do see, when we have a lot of these Africans come on miss, they like to ignore their role in our and then try to come talk down on us and to us at the exact same damn time. So yeah, so we just putting an end to that, because it needs to be ended. With that being said, let's see, we got Freeman St. Louis.
Yes, sir. Can y'all hear me
Yeah,
well?
go ahead, brother. You got it.
All right. Peace to the room. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm not going to stay up here long because I have some other things to do. But, I feel like the ancestors are at work here. And I want to pick up on what the sister was saying, because um, this is just kind of the way I see it. I've spent a lot of time in West Africa. I used to work there. I've been traveling there for the past 10 years. And for me, it was a hard pill to swallow. But through all of that experience, I feel like at this point in time, I finally understand things in a correct way. And let me explain. So, for us as Black Americans, we see through a lens of race because our history here has been highly racialized. And because we were the only Black people here for so long, we see Blackness as that band, right? We connect with each other because we're Black. Blackness to us is not just about race; it's about culture, it's about politics, it's everything, right? As far as our identity. Now, what I've realized with Africans is that they have a similar perspective, only it's colored by tribalism. And that's what I realized from living, and working on the continent. They see things through a tribal lens, not just through a racial Black lens. So in some ways, I am happy that we are waking up, because if we do not understand what that means, we put ourselves at danger and we put ourselves at risk. Because with a tribalistic lens, it's about eating or be eaten. It's about dog eat dog. It's either I, as my ethnic group, either I get my weight up, I get my numbers up. This is why they put so much stock in getting married and having babies, even if it's not out of love. It's about getting their numbers up so that they can protect themselves against other groups or go out and conquer other groups. And so I think what we cannot afford as a people to sit up here and ignore them when they come to us and they tell us we're here to take over, because they mean that shit. That's how they've been operating and thinking for thousands of years. That's what happened to our ancestors. I was in Badagry. That's a place in Nigeria that was known as the slave coast because of the abundance of people that were sold off by the Yoruba and by those people who lived in that area. Anyway, I was there in May and I went to the slave site and I learned so much. I was actually trying to change my profile picture, but the app kept glitching because what I wanted to show you all was an umbrella that one of the tour guides showed me. Now I was at the Royal Moby. That's the royal family who was participating. The Royal Moby Slave Relic Museum. So this is a descendant of the people who, one of the families who participated. They had all of the relics. One of the things that they showed me was an umbrella. This umbrella was probably like 5 feet high. It was, it was basically, it was obviously better than your typical umbrella you would buy today. But what shocked me was when I learned that that umbrella was exchanged for 40 human beings. 40 human beings. And honestly, family, that shit kept me up at night because I was trying to figure out, like, why would they exchange one umbrella for 40 human beings? Like, were they stupid? Like, did they not realize what they could actually get for all of those people they were selling? And then one day it just dropped in my heart. Something told me they were trying to get rid of niggas. They were trying to get rid of people. It was out of hate, and it was out of that tribalistic mentality that they were selling 10 people, 40 people for one umbrella. They would sell 10 people for one bottle of liquor. They were trying to get rid of people. This is how the tribalistic mind works. So when I heard about this shooting the other day, it one, obviously it angered me, but I think it's also a learning opportunity for us as a people. We cannot afford this whole flat blackness perspective. It just does not work when you're referencing so-called black people who are not of our lineage. They don't think like that. They think in tribal terms. And I'm telling you, some of these people, I'm not saying all of them, I have some good friends who are Africans. I'm not saying they're all bad, but there are definitely some people who are coming here with this mindset of we're going to get rid of black Americans and we're going to take over. That's why they applaud when they hear about us getting shot in the street or when they hear about some kind of issue. That's why I don't even discuss our issues in their presence, because some of them they love it, because in their tribalistic minds, they're saying, okay, let's let these black people kill each other off. Let's let these black people, suffer and be economically excluded, because now we could come in and take over. And that's how the tribal mind works. Thank you all for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm gonna go ahead and land there.
Man, thank you, brother. I appreciate that, man. Great take. And man, you speaking to the tribal nature of it and just understanding how they was trying to thin us out over there. Do you know that they are having birth rate issues over there too? They ain't talking about that much, but that's one of them things that came up when Joe Biden's little meeting with the African leaders. That was another issue that they was talking about. So their birth rates aren't really they ain't popping off like ours. So again, just looking at that, we obviously have never had any kind of issue reproducing. So they was making sure that you was trying to get cats out of the area wholesale. Why? Because shit, we reproduce very well, and we have had issues with that. So I got my Black Alpha back. Black Alpha, are you there, brother?
Yeah, I'm here, man. You can hear me well.
I'm gonna let you get and chime in on that, and then we'll get to the next hand.
Facts, man. First off, our brother Freeman right there, that was hot fire, family. Big facts. I love the personal testimonies as well. See, personal testimonies are very, very important, because we always have somebody trying to tell us what we think, trying to tell us what we should believe, trying to tell us who our allies are, trying to tell us what policies we need to get behind. So the personal testimonies are things that cannot be disputed, especially when this brother's personal testimony adds up with other personal testimonies and it adds up with what we see. In the times of real, situations, go with what you know and not with what you think. So I appreciate that, brother. That was good facts. And it ties into what we talk talking about, Zilla. It's the mentality of a tether. It's the mentality of a tribal person. Since we never practiced this type of nonsense, it was hard for a lot of people to wrap their minds around it. It's hard for us as foundational Black Americans, like everybody talks about. We always celebrated Blackness. We always say that as well, Brother Zilla. James Brown says, say it loud, I'm Black and I'm proud. He didn't say whisper. He didn't say a hush. He says, make it loud and clear. That is nothing more than just true foundational Black American traditional culture. These folks don't have that. They don't have that. I just seen a video the other day where the guy said he didn't even know he was Black. He said he didn't even know he was Black until he encountered white folks. You feel me? And then you see the other people said, I was Nigerian, I wasn't Black. You know what I'm saying? I was from the Congo, I wasn't Black. I was from Somalia, I wasn't Black. We know no matter where we from, you can be from the East Coast, the West Coast, the Midwest, or the South. We know we Black. We Black first, but we're in a condition and we're in an environment of land. So whatever region you're from or whatever side of the country, side of town you're from, you know that you're a Black person. They don't have that. So the tribalistic mentality, once you delete a lot of the necessities that we have, you're dealing with somebody who's operating on a completely different page. Somebody that it is almost impossible to make these type of solutions. If they can't get along over there, how the hell are they going to get along with us over here? And we've seen what has happened by trying to get along with these folks. We've seen it. It always ends to be a one-sided situation. Pan-Africa is a delusion that lives in Dr. Umar and a couple other people's heads. It doesn't exist. Somebody point to me where that works. It doesn't work. It's another one-sided relationship. Pan-Africanism does not exist in Africa the same way the Black and Brown coalition don't exist in Mexico. So we understand that standing on our square, being foundational Black American lineage first, that's the way to go. Because how in the world are you going to have a partnership with somebody who is tribal? Tribalism, through definition, would never, ever work with someone trying to create a union, someone trying to create a coalition. So we have to leave those terms alone, and everything that we have is already right here. And in terms of that tether mentality or in terms of that immigrant tribalistic behavior, that's something that we got to leave alone, because I'm telling you, if we carry that with us, that's like carrying a 1,000,000-pound anvil on your back. It's going to slow us down. We ain't going to get reparations carrying all the Pan-Africans with us, carrying all the tethers with us. Trust and believe that will slow us down where we will never get what we have to achieve. So you got to get rid of some of that weight that don't need to be there. And if that means removing a bunch of the falsehoods and the fallacies out the building, then we're going to remove all those falsehoods and fallacies right out the building. Big facts, family.
Absolutely, my brother. And so we have Ely T. You can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yeah. What's popping? No, I want to give a shout out to Black Alpha Network, man. Your shit be fire. You already know it. I'm from Detroit and everything, man. You know what I'm saying? Went to same high school my granddad went to in 1930. You know what I'm saying? We had a bunch of immigrants and stuff coming here back in the days and stuff. And I witnessed what y'all going through now at a young age. I'm 47 now, so I witnessed all that a long time ago, all that old Pan-African fake bull, because like they had talked that mess. But the average Detroiter would be like, man, ain't nobody from Africa. You know what I'm saying? Our grandmas be like, man, we ain't, they used to tell us back in the 80s and 90s they ain't dealing with them people. But now it's getting exposed now with this payment of reparations coming, and we seeing that they're not included in it, and we're seeing the hate that they have for us. Like my man said, they don't deal with each other back home. You know what I'm saying? So how the hell they gonna deal with you here? And you notice all the Africans that do come here, we didn't pick them. They the ones the white man let come over here. So the white man ain't dumb enough to let your ally come over here. So we need to get that out of our head in the first place. If you think these white folks dumb enough to let the people who gonna help you exceed and excel in life come to this land, you sadly mistaken. You know what I'm saying? Sadly mistaken. So I think we just need to stick with this on code thing and deal within. You know what I mean? You might have checked some of the homeboys, some of your fellas and all that, out here bullshitting around. Check some of these little young niggas up at the gas station, selling dope, robbing each other. You got to check everybody to get everybody on code right now, man. Because right now, they're going to have to pay up or we're going to shut them out. You know what I'm saying? It's nothing to boycott from west to east, north to south. We can boycott all of them. We spend $1.8 trillion a year annually with other races. So imagine that money coming back in the black man's pocket. It's only 45 million of us. 1.8 trillion a year times 20 years, do the math. That's a lot of money, man. That could be in all our pockets. And then white folks know that. They know that. You know what I'm saying? That's why Trump got on there, was like, hold on, these niggas can make a move on us any second now. You know what I'm saying? Trump is not dumb. He knew. Them people who he was working for and his policymakers, they knew that we're next up in line. You know what I'm saying? We are next up. And think about it too before I go. 50 years ago, you couldn't walk downtown nowhere without a white man fucking bumping into you and all this shit. Now today, I just left Vegas, me and my wife. We down there, and the white folks was backing up. You know what I'm saying? I'm 6'3", 260. They was backing up. You know what I'm saying? Right now, they cannot touch us right now. They are soft. The white folks are soft as fuck, and they can't touch us right now. So we at a standstill in American history where it's only about the money now. All that physical violence they did to Black Wall Street and all them other towns, they don't got the balls to try that shit now. You know what I'm saying? I'll land my plane.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is a brother who understands white supremacy. He is not confused. What you just heard is, man, I love it when I hear it, boys. Oh, yeah, this brother know them folks. Because, family, what he just said, if you really think that them people finna let your allies come on over here, you got to be crazy. No, man, that ain't how they working. When we over here telling you these people is your enemy, trust us. These people ain't gonna sit up here and look to help us out. Look at what they have done. Like I said, we're coming to get our check. You get Dr. Martin Luther King out the paint, and then we've been talking about immigration and the Skittles bag ever damn since. That ain't by coincidence. It's by design. So what this brother just said, yeah. So for us we as men have no concept, because there's no sexual value for these people coming over here for us. Ladies, the whole coming to America, Prince Akeem thing, I'm gonna need y'all to get over that, because see, a dude can come over here and sweet talk you. There used to be the old the little student scam, because that's how them African students was getting chicks back in the day. Them early was it mid to late 70s and early 80s, all of them Nigerians was coming over here. Every last one of them was wealthy back home. Every last one of them had a rich daddy. And then they fell in love with you so much, and well, I want to take you home with me. But understand, you might not be my only wife. See, they knew that was a deal breaker. That's game. So when they about to back out to oh, my dad, he's sick. Oh, my dad wants me to come home, but I want you to go with me now. You're getting broken up with. I mean, I've literally saw that scam play out before my face as a kid. Dude, yeah, come on. So that's how those African dudes used to get chicks. So what they do is come over here, they perpetrate and act like they're one of us, knowing that the government has a whole different relationship with their country and letting them coming over here. So they just kind of use black folks. And what we're doing is just stopping that. And now you're seeing them react. Now, and I have to say, look at who the most vocal people have been about that. As far as our own, it's been our women. And as far as everybody else, it's all of these people that are attached to some of these so-called science groups. Because again, let's keep it 1,000. There's quite a few of people in the Hotep space that are not foundational Black Americans. Who would you sell your books to? I mean, just food for thought. Because sometimes it's a hustle. My man from EDT, you from Detroit. Ain't sometimes things are just a hustle, brother?
All the time, shoot, man. It's like, okay, look, man. We got this street called the Avenue of Fashion, right? Let me tell you how slick this shit is. It's a 2-mile long strip with nothing but black businesses, right? And all these rappers coming here, they be all like, "Oh man, we never seen nothing like this," right? And at the end of the street is one African store, right? They selling them old raggedy ass old African garments and shit, man. Folks walk right past them, and they thinking they gonna be out there hustling or selling us this bull when you got a high end black owned store right next door. You know what I'm saying? So they are hustling us, but the hustle over with though, man. That the gig is up because we realize that they are not our brothers. I asked one Nigerian, I'm like, man, how come y'all don't mess with the Somali women? Oh man, we don't mess with those type of women. And I asked a Somali guy, how come you don't mess with the Nigerian girl? Oh man, we don't. They ugly. I'm like, wow. But they mess with black women though. It's just kind of weird, man. It's just kind of weird. I'm like, y'all some weird, real fucked up ass people, man. You know what I'm saying? I see why y'all losing over there.
Real talk.
Hold on, one more
Real.
thing. Now, mind you, my daughter's mom is from Minneapolis. She's from Mississippi by way of Minneapolis. She like to fight niggas and all this crazy shit. Anyway, I ain't about to rant on her though. But I'm up there when my daughter was born, right? And we up in the hospital, and I seen a black dude with he got a baby by a Somali kid, by a Somali girl, right? And they genes over exceed ours because that baby still came out with a big ass head, man. And I land my plane.
Hey, that Fleetman forehead. Hey, Zilla, I told you. That Fleetman forehead and full of that tether hairline and the Fleetman forehead.
Damn it. Afro Elite, you got it, brother. Hey, brother Afro, you got it, brother. Oh, Lord.
Okay,
there you go.
y'all can hear me, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, because the space is kind of chopping up. I just wanted to get in, give my opinion real quick, and then kind of bounce out. Just listen, you know what I'm saying? Listening to, Dr. King in his dream, in his vision. I was arguing with some tethers these last couple of days, and I thought to myself, damn, I really do wish that all of our ancestors who fought for our rights, I just wish they could selectively fight for the rights of the people who deserved it. That's all I wish. I wish the sacrifices that they made, I wish kind of like that was only who really appreciate that. So I was talking to this DJ about the flyer, one of the big flyers that went viral with Dr. King holding bottles and tattoos and chains and stuff like that. And all of them was saying I was tripping, saying that, hey, man, if as long as we making money, we should be making money. It don't matter. I mean, and then they started mocking me and King, calling them Martin Luther Lute. I was like, damn, okay, all right. That's how y'all feel. So I looked up the address, to the building that the party was being held in, and I found a phone number. And I was thinking to myself, what if we made some wellness check calls? You know what I'm saying? The same way we do to police stations when they don't fire a soldier for killing a black kid. What if we did the same? What if we had the same strategy when these tethers had their parties? What if we found the promoters and we put the promoters and the DJs too, because a lot of people say it's the promoters, it's the promoters, it's the promoters, it's the DJs, it's everybody attached to it, because more than likely there's more than one person promoting it. So I'm like, what if we found everybody and we just put such a stigma on their name that they can never throw a party again? What if we put them on the so bad that nobody wants to do business with them? Remember,
Hey, Afro,
when
Afro,
yeah.
can you hear me, brother? You are you heavy in the matrix. I wasn't sure if it was my phone because I had just got a phone call, so I wasn't sure if it was me or not. But it sounds like you are really cutting in and out heavy.
Oh, damn. Okay.
Okay, you sound like you good now.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna be quick. I was about to say, because I was trying to build up to the fact that I think, to be honest, we should be finding the people, and no physical violence or anything like that. I'm not gonna, but I think we should be finding the people, and we should be categorizing the people who do make these flyers and who have disrespected the teachers and everything. Like, if we find them, because let's be honest, we find these people and what if they're teaching black kids in school? What if they're like high school teachers or middle school teachers or nurses, or first responders, we don't know. The amount of vitriol that they try to play off and try to make it seem like it's a joke, it's really not a joke. We just had mass shooting from a tether killing black Americans. So all of that, the little games and disses that they play on Twitter and the little jokes and memes, that stuff's not really cute. That's just a small reflection of how they really feel. And at this moment, I think that any and all hostility should be taken with the utmost seriousness, and we should have a database, and we should be able to keep notes of them the same way we would do if it was a race soldier. You know how we have the race soldier, we look up their job, they find out you hurt a black kid, we finding out where you worked and all of that stuff, so we don't prevent that from happening again. I feel like as the FBA family, we should be putting heavy consequences on any and all disrespect whatsoever. And I feel like it will stop immediately since. I don't think they could take it if we keep it up that way. I know I'm in the matrix, so I'm going to just drop down as a speaker.
Yes, indeed, brother. Yeah, you was cutting in and out, but I think I got the gist of what you were saying. And basically, you know, we need to be identifying these type of individuals, and pointing them out, because again, we've seen these people speaking in these groups. We've seen the recordings, and then I had to say some folks were trying to downplay it. You know, now we shouldn't downplay something so severe, because no one else is going to do that if it was us. If we were up in here plotting and planning, man, we need to be getting guns, blah, blah, blah. Come on, man. Them people going to be knocking at folks' doors tomorrow. What are you talking about? So we have to be mindful when we hearing these folks in these spaces talking like this. And it does need to be that does need to be kind of reported at this point, because now we can take it serious. And we definitely should have already been taking it serious. But I hope that this story, and it's in the Jumbotron, I hope that this story is really resonating with y'all, because man, this tribal shit, they don't look at you as a brother. That there is no flat blackness in Africa. And that's one of the biggest misnomers that these people pass over on you. Just understand this. It's a hustle and a con to come over here and sell you a dream of Africa. One of the major reasons is because your ass ain't never gonna go. You talking to people, selling them a fantasy about Africa, and some of these people have never even left their own state. So they know what they doing. That's a hustle. Unfortunately, it's the third world hustle, but it is what it is, family. You want to chime in on that, brother? You there, Alpha? Uh-oh, man, my brother stepped away for a hot second. Yeah, it looked like my brother might have stepped away for a hot second. Okay. So looks like we got Pootie Tang's belt. Pootie Tang's belt done came onto the stage. You can go ahead and unmute yourself, Pootie Tang's belt. Go ahead, you got it.
Hey, peace to the room, man. I just wanted to send some acknowledgments out, man. Beatzilla, Black Alpha Network, man. Dude, you keep me on point, bro. Like, I have a long drive from work, and I'm always on your shit, bro. I had your ass in my ear every day, bro. That's all I want to say, man. Thanks, y'all.
Man, thank you, brother. I appreciate that, man. I know for my brother. Oh, okay, look like he's back. Man, we appreciate that, man. Some of the we just had a conversation the other day, man. One of the biggest things that is a compliment is when somebody can say, man, y'all patience. I appreciate y'all patience. That's dope, man, because again, we're black men. We're always the ones that are put in position. Oh, everybody is aggressors and whatnot. Man, we could be strong men and still be patient. Everything don't have to be all the rah-rah, because again, let's be quite truthful with it. If you're acting emotionally, that's really not all that manly to begin with. So, you know, with that being said, shout out to you, my brother. I very, very much appreciate that. And let me toss it to my brother. Black Alpha, you got it, my brother. Are you there, brother? Hopefully, can you come off your mic? Oh, Twitter. Y'all over here messing with my again, man. Wow. let me remove this brother real quick. And let's see if we can't get my brother back up here. Can come off of his mic, family. So yeah, brother back. See how Twitter be doing us? Look at how Twitter be doing us, family. Okay. Go ahead and get my brother back in the house. All right, just shot. There you go. You there, brother?
Yes, indeed. You got me, fam.
Yeah, there you go. You got it, brother.
Yeah. Hey, first off, man, shout out to our brother Pootie Taines Belt, man. I appreciate that, family. Yes, indeed. And to our brother Ely T, man, shout out to you and Detroit all the way, man. My people from about an hour south of that, Toledo. So salute to Detroit. Salute to all my family out there, man. But yes, this is what we talking about, man. We got to realize that this culture, this era that we are ushering in, man, we changing everything. We've gotten rid of it all. Everybody in this room got a dustpan, a mop, a broom, and we just been cleaning house. We done got rid of all the misnomers, the lies, and everything they used to tell us. That shit don't fly no more. For the first time in a long time, we're making the decisions for us. Nobody's making our decisions for us anymore. We're not getting behind policies that ain't for us. We're not getting behind groups that ain't for us. We're not following these one-sided coalitions that don't exist. You feel me? We're actually saying, this is real. This is us. And we putting that flag by everything we do. And the first step has been getting rid of a lot of those tellers. Well, I told you, I don't know if you heard it earlier, Zilla, but I said, man, we got to get that, anti-black teller, that ABT. That's what they is, man. These ABTs out here. We got to make sure that we go ahead and, diagnose that so people understand that, these tethers that come from all these different places throughout the diaspora, they come in with the same smoke. And how do I know this, family? And how do I know it's a culture? Because what I love right now, not only are we giving testimonies, but we actually breaking down like the cultural effect of it. Think about it, brother. You got folks from Jamaica. You got folks from Haiti. You got folks from Nigeria. You got folks from the Ivory Coast. You got people all over, right? These people aren't even cool with each other, but they all have this anti-foundational Black American sentiment. That's the one thing they can all agree on. Every last one of them. They may not deal with each other in no other aspect. The Haitian may not like the Dominican, the Panamanian. He may not like the Somalian, the Nigerian. None of them will get along. But all of a sudden, when it come to hating on us, they use the same words. They got the same slurs. They got the same jealousy. So that lets you know there's a bigger thing at play here. And that's what happens when you on the top of the hill. And that's what happens when you in the winner circle. And that's what happens when you're in the boss's table. And we on all three of them. So I welcome the hate, because this ain't the Edmund Pettis Bridge era. This ain't the we all gonna forgive era. I welcome it, because all that does is show us even more who they are. And what we say, family, whenever somebody shows you who they are, believe them the first time. That's why all my brothers and sisters right here in this space, when we seen that shooting, we all said, yep, not surprised. Not surprised, because we've been calling it out, and we're going to continue to call it out. And all this is only going to do is strengthen us to make sure that we was already stepping away from all them. Now we just going to stand further away. And they thought they was going to get in the door, and they thought they was going to come on and clean themselves to us. Not happening. So continue to be on all that FBA hate, and we're going to continue to put on the show. Only difference is that you're not going to be able to tell around us, because you can't be around us. You family.
Absolutely, my brother. And again, anti-black tether. that man.
Them ABTs, family. Them ABTs.
ABT, and that's exactly what that is. I'm looking at this. I'm looking at this article right now, right? Out of King County, and let's see. It says King County Sheriff's Sergeant arrested a suspect accused of seemingly random shooting spree that injured 3 people on Thursday afternoon, including 2 in Renton and 1 in SeaTac. Although a clear motive has not been identified, newly obtained court documents reveal that the suspect, identified as 32-year-old Mamadou A. Diallo, made statements to detectives that, quote, he does not like black people, unquote. So and all of the victims were black men. ATB family, ATB. They do exist. We understand. No, of course, that does not mean every black African, not every black immigrant. Does not mean that. But however, that does mean every anti-black tether. With that being said, we have Jean Black Dessalines. And you have the Haitian flag and the American flag. Hey, man, go ahead, brother. You can mute yourself.
Brothers and sisters here. Let me tell you something. I saw the title of this space, MLK didn't dream of an anti-black tether. I 100% concur. And let me tell you something else. All right, you've called it. Haitian American, so I'm not FBA. I can't trace my lineage to the killing fields of the American South during chattel slavery. We got that. Here's my thing. You guys are doing very well, all my FBA people, my freedmen. You guys are doing the Lord's work, because let me tell you something. It is high time that FBA's Black Americans get their respect. And not only get their respect, they get what is due to them. I'm talking about socioeconomically, institutionally, you name it, up and down the board. You guys not only deserve it, you guys are owed it. Okay. And I will tell you something else. I am from Massachusetts. Okay. And if you know the Northeast area, New York, Jersey, Massachusetts, filled with nothing. The majority of Black people there are not even FBA, okay? And I'll even go a step further and say the majority of Black people, unfortunately, in that region and in many others throughout the country, are what you'd call anti-Black tethers. And let me tell you something. As much as it hurts to hear it, it is truth for the soul. This is a remedy. And this is something that goes both ways. This is something that FBAs need to keep the foot on the necks of the anti-Black tethers. And this is a lesson for tethers and those who could be considered tethers, or those who descend from tethers should pick up, because you guys said it right. Far too often, you have a lot of these anti-Black tethers. They come here, anti-Black, they close ranks amongst other Black peoples, FBA specifically. And guess what? As soon as their ass gets in a hitch, who are the first ones they call for support? The FBAs. All right. So you guys are doing very well. You guys been long needed to close the ranks. Don't let anybody stick their hands in your cookie jar, which is reparative justice in the forms of economics, reparations, whatever. You keep your foot on these necks and you teach everybody a lesson. And this is going to be something that reverberates into dominant society, because when dominant society sees that FBAs and freedmen are, circling the lines, they're basically closing their ranks and not going to let any other people who look like them, Black immigrants, whatever have you, that's going to send a message of dominant society. That means that you guys are finally taking the actions. We're not talking about rhetoric. We've moved on from rhetoric. We're talking about action. And I'll say one more thing before I land my plane. You have a brother in me, okay? I may be a minority within Haitians. I may be a minority within Black immigrants or descendants of Black immigrants, but you have a fighter in me, and I'm down for y'all. And I want to see, I want to see you guys get your just due, which has been long overdue. So I'm going to land my plane there. Shout out to the hosts. Shout out to my brother, Black Voltron Reloaded, Jeff Will, a few others that are listening on here that I follow. Shout out to y'all. You guys are doing the Lord's work. Peace out, and you better fight for Dr. Martin Luther King's legacy, Malcolm X's legacy, Dr. Francis Creswell's. You guys have more than enough spiritual leaders to continue this fight, and I'm going to be there fighting with you. That's all I wanted to say.
Salute to you, brother. Salute to you, Black first. And I know I seen something in the chat or in the comment thread earlier about Sister Tamoria. She's always, as far as I've known, she has never hid her being Haitian. And I'm not sure if y'all not too familiar with NOI, but there are, the NOI is just not strictly foundational Black American. They are globally Black. So that is how that organization moves. She's part of that particular group. So I would not expect her to be anything else. And she has never misrepresented herself to me or anyone else that I know. So that's just one of the Haitian sisters that ride for the cause. She's part of the NOI. That's that's is what it is. You know what I'm saying, brother?
Yeah, absolutely. I hear you. I know exactly of who you're speaking of. She is a rider. I follow her. I think she may even follow me. But all the point being is, I'm down for whoever's down for the cause, and for all black people all over the world, but specifically in this country, we know what the fight is, and it's time to finally pick up our weapons and start fighting and winning.
Absolutely. Black Alpha Network, you want to chime in, brother? Oh, man. Damn. Boy, Twitter. You on one today again, huh? Brother Eastsiders, I see you done you done snuck out from the plantation real quick. Yes, sir. You got it, my brother. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Oh man, peace to the family, peace to the family. Hey man, salute to our brother Jean Black. Hey man, hey, the difference between us and a dominant society, we don't look at people as a monolith. We got a Haitian brother riding with us in our defense corps. All right, as a matter of fact, we call in the Marines, we call him a super grunt because he's force recon. Okay, that dude, he's leading our boogeyman team. You know what I'm saying? He's the one that get it done when nobody see nothing. All right. And I do give a shout out to our immigrant brothers and sisters that's down for the cause. Like I said, we don't see everybody as a monolith. We go by case. If you with us, then you with us. If you're not, then, you get up out the way or get rolled over. It's just that simple. We're glad to have, people like you that's on our side. I ain't even gonna fake, Now, as far as the dream of our ancestor, no, he didn't dream of an anti-black Tether. He also didn't dream that we was gonna have some coons that walking off the plantation either. We can't forget that because it's always the little foxes that get into the vineyard. And that's something else that we need to not only address but keep our focus on as well. Yes, if all we doing is looking out, we never see the problem within. And I'll land there for now.
Man, solid as always, my brother. And this is another thing, family. Look at the stage right now. Look at this stage right now. You seeing manhood represented. You understand? Manhood on a solid, strong intellectual level. But so don't ever let these folks put no labels on us. Because again, think of like Martin Luther King had the Deacons of Defense with him. I wonder what them conversations was about. Just can you imagine like Stokely Carmichael and all of them? Like, man, what was the conversation? Where's them Fed tapes at for that? Let's hear that. Because they always like releasing all them Fed tapes. Half of them meetings was bugged. Where the hell that at? like, can we hear those conversations? Or is that the shit they don't want us to hear? It just ends up on the basement floor of the Pentagon somewhere. Because man, just think about that, family. All of our old greats that they were over there tapping and shit. Like, yeah, where's them tapes? I want to hear the Huey Newton and Bobby Seale conversations and shit like that. Where that at? Where all that good old CIA, FBI surveillance footage and tapes and shit? Where is that? Because I would like to hear a conversation with the Deacons of Defense and all of these people. Man, that'd be great listening and education for us. And maybe that's just the problem. What you think about that, Black Alpha?
Man, I agree wholeheartedly, family. All the way live, brother, because the more we look at it and the more we examine it, the truth always gonna come out, man. They say what's done in the dark comes to light. You feel me? And that's the true thing. So that's really to your point, what you're talking about right there. So I believe that everything that's occurring right now that is out in the open and things that aren't out in the open will eventually be exposed. But more true to all of that and the actual case by case issue is I like what our brother was saying, man. When you deal with us, We stay in our own lane and we don't bother nobody. We just focus on the goal. We got our hands tied trying to get to the, the tangibles that belong to us. But at the, at the end of the day, we focus on people on how they act. If somebody comes at us with good intentions and they're pure, we ride with them. If somebody doesn't, then we don't. It's not that difficult. People can say whatever they want to say about our lineage. Our lineage is very, very pure. If somebody's cool and they're a rider and they mess with us, they got a good resume, then you come on in, we can kick it. If somebody doesn't, then they're going to have to stay on the outside. And this is what allows us to get things accomplished. So there's always a place for people who are real. There's always a place for people who are sincere and certified. And we make sure that that place is always going to be there. Trust and believe. Everybody out there who's down for us and really riding for us, you got a place when you come rock with us. But at the same time, just how people who are solid got a place, people who ain't solid got a place. Unfortunately, their place is nowhere near us. But at the end of the day, when we focus on our tangibles and our issues and accomplishing all of our goals, we're taking them down one by one by one. And the best way of doing that is just being focused, laser focused. We are very focused nowadays. We don't get distracted. How many distractions have they thrown at us, brother? They throw them every single day. You wake up and your timeline is filled with distractions, but we do not pivot from it. We stay good. They cannot derail our train. So being focused allows us to determine who's on our side and who's not. And being focused allows us to actually get the things that we wish to achieve. So we profess, we proclaim, and we purport that we want to get reparations, and we're going to do that simply based off of the fact that we are, locked in and we're doing it all together. You feel me, brother?
I absolutely do. And, I just got to say, I'm surprised that certain individuals did not show up to this space. I might have to go ahead and tweet because they always inboxing me their damn spaces. And so there was a question in the chat, in the comment thread. They asked about where is this dude from, Mamadou Diallo?
I believe Haiti. I'm sorry, but he's from Haiti.
Mamadou Diallo is from Haiti?
It's either, if I'm not mistaken, if that's the one in New York, I think he is of Haitian descent. I'll double check for you right now, but
no. There's a new dude. He's an African from Renton, Washington. So, but
never mind. Okay,
they got the same exact name. See, that's what I was telling you. I was like, it's his name. His name is throwing me off. I was like, ain't that the same dude from New York? But no, this is actually a 32-year-old dude with the exact same name, nonetheless. Thank you. I'm so glad that just happened, because that's what I'm wondering. Is like, did this incident happen to kind of mask the last one? Because they literally have the same damn name. But nonetheless, I believe this dude is he's probably from Somalia or something like that, because we have a huge Somalia, like Minnesota. They stopped in Minnesota, and then the rest of them came on out west. So between Portland and then that SeaTac Renton area, that's where a lot of you go up all the way to Seattle now. MLK looks like the international land now. I don't know what Seattle. What the hell has happened? It's like a whole area now that they built up, and it's like, man, it's maybe about a 3-mile stretch that's just all built for immigrants. I mean, it's like you ain't go. It almost looks like, how they in military towns when they build the like Air Force barracks and shit like that. It looks like that, but it's literally built for immigrants. It's all the way from South Seattle, going all the way into the city. So, I mean, for those of y'all who, y'all know out here, you'll get on MLK and you'll just ride north until the Space Needle will come in view. And everything that you are passing is all immigrant business. There is you'll come across maybe 1 or 2 Black-owned businesses, but it'll be few and far between, family. I'm talking about nothing over there is owned by us. It's crazy. So like I said, you go to the mall in Renton, that's what's so crazy. This dude's complaining about Black Americans, and they giving them everything down there. You walk into that mall, it's like you in another country. I'm talking about stores, shops, everything. Every business moving in that damn mall is owned by immigrants. And this is a mall, like it's 2 malls that are meshed together. So just put that in perspective. 2 malls that are literally built to connect it. And it's all like, it's like immigrant central. It's like you're in another country, family. It's hard to explain. You're seeing is believing. But I've never walked into a mall in this country and said, I don't know what the hell that says. When you're looking at the signs, like, I don't even know what that says. It's not even written in English. Like, it's like that in Washington. So yeah, I would have to say that dude's probably Somalian because they're very heavy. Somalians, Ethiopians, Eritreans, and some Djiboutians. I don't know what they are. Djiboutians, they pretty much just look like everybody else because they're all from the same. It's like the same region. They're all just broke up, and they all just ended up over here. So I believe like Dr. Kaba's. I think they're all from out this direction. Because a lot of them. So yeah, just to give you an idea of the demographic out here, these more or less Somalian. And a fun fact about Somalians, they identify as Black Alpha. It's on you, brother.
Hey, family, only here do you see that. You don't see that anywhere else, brother. There's no other country that you could ever go to where you see these enclaves, as you say, brother, of immigrants that have nothing to do with us, where they're getting placed these things. We seen what went on in NYC. In NYC, they was up there giving them PlayStations. They was having Xboxes. They was getting cuisine from their homelands. Man, who cater to some non-Americans in America like that? When you got people literally homeless on the street and freezing. You seen the brothers and sisters. I want to say it was in Buffalo, I'm not mistaken, but a couple brothers and sisters passed away from freezing over that last storm that hit. Me and you was talking personally, brother, and it was cold your way and my way. And I'm in the deep south and it was freezing. So when you deal with foundational Black Americans literally in the streets freezing, but yet you're sending money, giving money, bringing these people in, giving them Xboxes and just catering to their every need, there's something wrong with that. That's something that is fundamentally incorrect. And that's the type of bullshit that we got to change. And it's going to be on us to change it. Nobody's going to change it for us. It's going to take us to do it because we already see the way they go. And I just been alerted that you got some non-Black Tether lurkers up in here. You know what I'm saying? Just to let you know, non-Black Tether lurker, we see you. We see you. Man, 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago, the Yes We Can era, you would have slid all through here. But no, we see you. So just know, just understand that your tap dancing has been spotted as we proceed. But brother, you know how it goes, man. When you go to these places and you got sanctuary cities and you got all the catering and stuff, but yet foundational Black Americans, it astonished me. I told you, family, personally, when I was in DC, what was going on. When I was in DC, the typical foundational Black American person that I seen near the White House was homeless literally. While when you're walking up and down the street, you getting bumped. I'm not lying. Literally, these folks is out here, these non-FBAs, these immigrants, these tethers, they literally walking past us and bumping us with their shoulders like we need to get off of their land, off of their sidewalk. I'm not lying. Anybody who's been to DC knows what I'm talking about. I seen it personally. When everybody else after the rally went home and they went out to go party, I didn't go party. Me and Queen Alpha went to the White House. We started meeting with people. The next day we came back and we was feeding homeless people. I'm not lying. We was going out there. We was handing them whatever I had. If I had it in the car, if I bought it, don't matter. And we was making sure that people was fed. And I was purposely finding who was a foundational Black American. And I was like, here. While at the meantime, you had folks that were non-FBA and they was walking right past them. You feel me? Now, I'm a little different person. I'm not the type of person you want to bump in the street with your shoulder, especially not in the land that my people built. So it got a little sidetracked with me. But at the end of the day, they knew what time it was. They knew what time it was. And our brother was saying earlier when he was out in Vegas, they know it's real. They know who they can get away with that shit and they know who they can't. And I'm the person they can't get away with it. So we need to start building up, and it starts with identifying this and breaking it down. And if we say Tether, keep on saying it. I know a couple months ago, people said we need to be nice and quit saying Tether. Nope, say it more. Every motherfucker in this room need to say Tether 20, 30 times a day. And keep on saying it till they get the point. Say Tether, say Fleer, Fleeman, they got fleas. I don't give a damn. If they do it, say it. Because you're not going to tether on to us and then not want to get called Tether. You're not going to flee from your homeland and not want to get called a Fleer. If your ass does it, you're going to get called on it. That's what we do. I don't know what they do in Pan-African land or Zimbabwe or Haiti. I don't know none of that. I know right here, if we see you practicing a certain type of behavior, we're going to call you on it. If the shoe fits, wear it. Point blank, bottom line. So we got to continue to do it, because what we cannot do is have the same mistakes of the past where we used to let people go on and let people keep doing things and no one wanted to say it and we had to play nice. The play nice era is over. Anybody expecting us to play nice and to be cool and to be sweet and let people just openly disrespect us and take our money and try to say that our ancestors are their ancestors. Think about that, fam. These people are coming over here to this country and trying to tell us that our ancestors are their ancestors. Immigrants built America. What bigger slap in the face can you have to our ancestors than that? That is the most disrespectful thing. And the same way we said in a couple years, they're going to try to say that MLK practiced this lifestyle and that, and they're going to try to remix this stuff. They're going to try to do that right now. And we're in the middle of it. We're seeing them try to say that really they weren't black slaves. They was brown immigrants.
Uh-oh, you got a call? Always when that brother cooking, man. Always when that brother's cooking. And man, when you said it, also made me think just how they will. So yeah, he was part of this, he was part of that. Shit, I've seen it done already. Like I was telling you, personal experience from this program that they have here every year commemorating Dr. Martin Luther King. I'll say less than 10 years ago, there was somebody up here. They was, oh man, they were giving out awards, and all of the people they were giving awards to had to be some kind of involvement with like these feminist groups for white women. And then they were like, Dr. King would have been like, good, my good and faithful servant, well done. It's like, well, number one, that's kind of off. But anyway, they're putting it as he would have approved of all of this agenda shit. It's like, no, he would not have. I can't stress that enough. He wasn't on that. But like your brother said, they probably will still throw that lie on him later. And real quick, I guess the brother, it looks like that cat is Singhalese. I think I'm pronouncing that. He's from Senegal. African immigrant from Senegal, and I have a sneaking suspicion he ain't supposed to be here. Because they're keeping it very, very quiet, and it's getting very hard to find anybody to report on this for some reason. And like I just said, it just happened Thursday. So from Thursday to Tuesday, there's only a couple of reports on this. No mugshot, by the way. But we know that this is a 32-year-old African. For some reason, and that hate, by the way, he hates black people. He made sure to tell the detective, what type of person goes to the police and tells them, I hate the group of people that I just sought out to attack? That should be a hate crime. Havana, y'all see you got your hand up, and then we'll go to Eastsiders. Go ahead, Havana, you got it.
Hey, y'all again. Just listening again, how blatant they are about not prioritizing Black Americans. I'm from New York, and since the spring, we have had 40,000 immigrants sent up from Texas and the border on those buses. 40,000. There have been conflicts in homeless shelters because they were displacing the Black people that were in those shelters to make room for these immigrants. They built a tent city on a place called Randall's Island in the Bronx. They tried to do it in an area near Orchard Beach, but the Black people and the white people in that area said, lies you tell, it ain't happening. But they put it in this place called Randall's Island. And Randall's Island is where they have a lot of fields for athletic events. They do this thing called the Governor's Ball, where artists come out and perform. And so it's a social space, and it's a commercial space for New York City activities and local activities. And they put out this tent city, and it cost $300,000 to do it. And it was only for men because they were housing the women and children that came together in hotels. They had this setup where they had in-house laundry facilities. They had phones, computers, big screen televisions. They had commercial refrigerator. So like, you know how you go into the grocery store and then it's see-through so you can see what's in there? They had those refrigerators and they were stocked with whatever they thought were culturally appropriate foods for them. This is the place on Randall's Island. They were only supposed to be there like a max 2 weeks or something, and then they were supposed to be getting permanent housing. I've never in my life, as long as I have been educated and worked in social services, when I was in undergrad or when I first got to work, when I started working in Philly, and I have never in my life seen them put together any services for Black Americans with the expediency that they did with these people. Never in my goddamn life. I have been in courts arguing. I have been in agencies fighting. I have been sitting there with parents advocating. Got to jump through 47,000 hoops to get basic shit for people that are going through shit. I have never in my life seen any resources leapfrog to people that are not even citizens. I have never seen that done for Black Americans or any Americans, honestly, but definitely not us. But they are funneling. This Mayor Adams said the bill could get up to $3 billion, right? And again, we're already up to 40,000. He goes down to the board of the others and said, oh, no, whatever. Nobody told you to open your goddamn mouth talking about it's all good and send them up here. I know the Republicans are racist and shit, but they ain't wrong about everything. So 40,000 again, and where do you think they're going? They're going into public schools they don't speak English. Some of them speak Portuguese, some of them they don't speak English. So now they're rerouting school resources to deal with these children that don't speak English. Right? The latest thing that just happened is they're now throwing food out that has been prepared for them because it's not their ethnic food. So see, they got a little entitled because on Randall's Island, they went out and got them all this special food. But then when they started going, in larger numbers to the hotels, they just had prepared meals for them. They were throwing the shit out. I'll put the articles in the reply tab. They were throwing the shit out. They were then using appliances in hotels that were going to cause a fire. They trashed a 5-star hotel. All this shit that's going on. And I'm like, I can't even believe that this is happening. Mayor Adams did a fucking speech and said out his mouth, well, we're going to have to take money from other places in the budget. Other things are going to suffer because what do you mean? How are you telling New Yorkers and Americans that you are going to cut budgets for our children, for all the things we need, because of people that are not citizens? How is that even functional to you? How do you have to take care of home first? But this bananas, just watching it play out in real time and so close to home, I'm like, what in the hell is going on? And people think it's a joke, but there's an entitlement there. They interviewed some people and asked them why you want to come to America. And because it's free. It's free for who? It ain't free for us. Because everything you're getting, we're paying for it. And these people will turn around in 5 years and tell a bold-faced lie that they came here with nothing and didn't get no help. That's a fucking lie. Every step of the way, there are services that are paid for by American citizens that they are given, or else they would all be living under a bridge. When they tell you, oh, no, you couldn't survive. How you got a credit score to start a business? How you was able to get an apartment in a strange, give me a break. But that's the line that they will use to try to undermine Black Americans and question those of us that are not doing X, Y, and Z, who don't have access to things that they're actually paying for, which goes back to segregation and Jim Crow, when Black Americans were paying taxes in schools that they couldn't attend, and they were literally paying for white kids to go to school that their kids couldn't go to. So, the whole immigration thing is bugging me out because I'm watching this shit happen in real time, and people, there's some people that are going bananas in the city about it, but there are people that are literally acting like that these people are entitled to this shit, and that anybody that says anything about it is racist, and that's just absolutely not true. You are not entitled to anything from here. There is no blood in this soil that belongs to you. And even when they were told shit by Kamala Harris, don't come, they was like, fuck it, we coming anyway. I'm just like, wait, how does that happen? And again, We could never do that in another country. We could never say that. I saw this video, I think it was on the border of Italy or whatever, and it was some Africans that was trying to get in there, baby. They was beating them down. They had them all laid down on the floor. They was like, they not coming in here. And it was a sad sight. It really was, because they wasn't fighting back. But them Italians was whipping their asses like, no, y'all are all getting the hell up out of here. And most of these immigrants that are coming in on these buses are from Latin America. And they come here with a highly anti-Black sentiment, period. They come here with that shit. They treat the Afro-Latinos in their own country like shit. And so the idea that they are not top of the food chain in America, that shakes them, right? Because they can't do the shit they do in their own country because Black Americans are the home team. That shit don't fly here. So that whole dynamic fucks them up. Because at home, they can do whatever they want to their people. They can't do that shit here. And they want to be able to. Right? So those things are real, and people need to understand that nobody else is going to prioritize you over their own people. There's no reason in this world why you should be prioritizing anybody over your own people. Because nobody, not a soul would be doing that for you and yours. Not a soul. They would slam the door in your face and you'd be on the first thing smoking up out of their country. But part of it is that we are naturally an empathetic people. And so we've been playing a different game than everybody else. We've been embracing people when they've been plotting like, fuck y'all. And we have to change that dynamic. Again, we deal with people on a case-by-case basis, but we also understand the difference between the collective and the individual. There are individual white folks that will fight for us, right? You know the history of John Brown. He was about it. He wasn't just talking abolition. He was blowing shit up. But we still understand the collective of whiteness is problematic. And when you say that, you don't have to say, but not John Brown. Because guess what? John Brown knows you ain't talking about him. So it's just like it's a lot going on. And I think folks got to stay tapped in because policy is what allows this to happen. Right? You see how in LA they was talking shit. Right? They got caught on the hot mic because their thing is we can't let these Black folks have this territory. So, people think that they can disengage from politics when these other people have advocates that are putting them first. Not only that, but are literally trying to erase your political power. We cannot disengage politically. I've heard people say that. I don't argue with people. Do what you want. But the reality is people are advocating for them. You think that this money that came out of nowhere to support them happened because they don't have people on the front line saying, oh, amnesty, they're seeking asylum, they're babies, they're this, they're that. They ain't saying that about your people. They ain't saying that about the homeless people they see on the street every day that most of them will step over. And if they come up to their car with a cup, you act like you don't see them. They ain't saying that about them. And their literal fights are breaking out in these homeless shelters because they're displacing the Black people that some of them have been there. Again, nobody was trying to get them permanent housing quick, fast, and in a hurry. They're languishing in these places. But they have a plan. They have a plan for these immigrants. The Bodega Association. I told people before, they came out and was like, oh, we have X amount of 1,000 jobs. Just hurry up with their work permits. We want the city to hurry up with the work permits because we have all these jobs waiting for them. They ain't got jobs, waiting for these young Black kids in the neighborhood that go to their corner store every morning before they go to school. They ain't got jobs for them. But they got umpteen thousand jobs for these people that just cost water and literally want them to change the procedure to expedite these unvetted people to getting work visas so they can pay them under the table anyway. That's a whole other thing. To make sure that they have a job. When has there ever been this urgency for Black Americans? Never. And so, sometimes people they don't have their ear to the ground and see how we're getting attacked on so many fronts. And again, like I said, you cannot disengage politically because they got people that are running up and shit, making sure that they got. And the shit that we heard from those council people in LA, that's how it is. diluting Black political power is the goal of even having the category Hispanic, because before 1970 they did not have that category. But they needed to create a category and throw a bunch of people in it that ain't got shit in common to try to create numbers that would rival the numbers of Black Americans, even though that number is bullshit. Like, anybody believes we 13% of the population for the past 100 years. It's just ridiculousness, right? But they need to stop the kind of power that comes from us, because we're the only reason that anybody gets anything. That Redskins owner told those Indians flat out, I ain't changing shit, and said that shit for 40 years. What happened? George Floyd, all these protests, blah, blah, blah. All of a sudden, they're the Washington football team until further notice. Everybody wins and gets some change when Black Americans put blood on the line. And people will sit with their feet up waiting for us to do it because they know. So again, we have to really be involved in every area, in every front. You know, I know people say certain things, but literally, again, in the areas that I've worked, in the academic spaces that I've been in, people don't even understand how politics will really be the thing that ends us if we don't have a hold of it and we allow other people to rewrite our narrative and place themselves in a space they're not in. Again, this whole thing about immigrants building America, there was nothing for you to come to until we built it. What are you talking about? The only reason you came is because you heard there was some shit here. And guess who built that shit? Not you. I tell people all the time, ask any group of people on the street about the Statue of Liberty. And 70% of them, if not more, will tell you about some immigrant symbol X, Y, and Z, when literally it was a gift from France celebrating the Civil War and the emancipation of Black Americans. That is what she is. But years later, a Jewish woman named Emma Lazarus, they get her to add this addendum talking about send us you're free and you're poor and that ain't have nothing to do with what that gift was. And just that easy, people will reference that shit in a minute. Black people, I've seen Whoopi Goldberg do that shit so many times, and I wanted to punch her through the TV. How don't you know that shit is about your people and you referencing that shit? That was literally an attempt at erasing us again, like they have always done. Because that symbol, that big, that not only was a symbol of New York, but a symbol of America, that being completely identified with us solidifies our identity on this soil. We can't have that. People don't realize that didn't happen by happenstance, that they asked this Jewish woman to write this little poem, because she could have wrote the shit about us, because that's what the statue was about. But she didn't. She made it, and again, Ellis Island didn't even exist during that time. She made it about her people's plight over to this country. And that's what happens. People will rewrite your narrative and write you out of it. And the shame is how many Black people don't even know. No, Lady Liberty, that's about your people. The chains at the bottom of her feet, that's about your people. So we have to be diligent on every front. Academically, social service, political. There's no area that we cannot have somebody on the front line, because it is an all-pronged attack. We don't just fight white supremacy. We fight everybody. And we really need to be clear about that. That there's no way to say, I'm tapping out. Nah, you have to find a way to engage so that we have representation everywhere. Because again, trying to erase us, that has been the goal. That's the goal when they were selling us. Like I said, the tree of forgetfulness, we weren't supposed to survive. I always, when I talk about our experience, I always liken it to the story of, Joseph and the coat of many colors, right? Because they sold him off and he was supposed to die. And then what happens? They end up needing to come to him for help now. Now you motherfuckers need us. Because he wasn't supposed to survive. And neither were we. But not only did we survive, we did what nobody else was able to do. And as much as there are people that are envious and hateful about it, they know that it's true. There's a bunch of them that'll talk shit with pictures of Malcolm X in their profile. with pictures of our leaders in their profile. That's in addition to them cosplaying all other kind of stuff. Where are your own leaders? How do you not have people that you could put up? What does that say? That you still rely on our work for your own progress. And it's not a reciprocal relationship. And that means somebody's a parasite and somebody's a host. And the job of a parasite is to suck the life out of the host, period. It's not just to borrow, it's to suck the life out of the host. And again, like I said, we know individuals rock with us, get the memo, X, Y, and Z. But we also know, again, how people move in their own country. They're not changing when they get here. They just mask it until they get the numbers to show their ass. And that's what we're seeing. Alan.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you, sister. And you just gave quite a bit right there. That's a lot. And they absolutely get their numbers up. And what it demonstrates is that tells you that's a certain mind state. That's a certain mindset of, you know, whatever it takes their tribal group to get their advances, they will do, and they'll step on over and use any other group to do that. So it speaks to a certain psyche, and I'm glad that you got that out. Now, what's so crazy also about what you mentioned, sister, is the situation going out there in New York. And for those real quick, family, make sure you go to my YouTube channel and go subscribe, beatzillapdx. Also, make sure you go to my brother's YouTube channel, Black Alpha Network. He actually has a broadcast coming tonight. And tomorrow night, I'll be live talking about the MLK celebration that they had over here at Ebenezer, and also Eric Adams and his trip down to Texas. So I'll be talking about that as well. So I'm glad you brought that up, because it takes one bold type of dude to have all of these issues going on in your city while you trying to dog drill music and trying to make drill music black culture. Like, no, it's not. And then you going down here paying billions of dollars to house illegals. But here's what he said he was. He said he's the Joe Biden of Brooklyn. And right now he gets a chance to prove it by hosting all of these asylum seekers. I mean, you are going to have a whole bunch of taco trucks popping up in New York City. New York City is now becoming what the West Coast and Texas and Arizona and Nevada has already experienced. And what's so crazy is they're getting bust straight there. It's a long way back home for them. I just want y'all to keep that in mind. It's going to be a long way back home. Y'all got some permanent residents coming to New York, thanks to Eric Adams. And of course, the Democratic Party, Joe Biden, #1, because he ran on his open border policy. If you remember when he was being asked, and this should have put black folks on alert, but all those tap dancing Sambos, kiss ass bootlickers that was over here, oh, but Joe Biden, we got to get that Trump out. We got to get that Trump out, man. I mean, shoot, man, it's all over if Trump wins. Good grief. Look at this question that they asked. So a lot of talk has been going on about reparations. This is, mind you, the debates in 2020. I know a lot of people say that reparations didn't become a real conversation until 2022. But no, this actually turned up in a presidential debate. And the question was posed, there's been a lot of talk about reparations for the descendants of American chattel slavery. What's your take on that? Joe Biden's first words. Well, America was built by immigrants. That was his very first phrase. So I want y'all to understand, this whole America was built by immigrants, it's not just a happenstance line that you're hearing. It is a controlled agenda push. So when you hear, oh man, because listen to the Asians, all of a sudden they're popping out of nowhere talking about how they built the railroads. No, the hell you did not. You helped build the West and railroads out to the West because slavery had ended. These people be talking to us like we are fools of our own American history. Even more so, we're not fools of who the white supremacists are. Everybody else has the late understanding. We do not. We know what it is from moment one. So just looking at how that all plays out. Black Alpha, did you want to chime in on that at all?
Yes, sir, family. You guys are on point, spitting fire tonight. Everything you're saying is accurate. I just want to add on to a few things that y'all already said because we know what time it is. Yes, as our sister was saying, these folks done got so, bold with everything they do because they've been catered to. It goes back to what we were saying, family. When everything that you ever want does not come from you and you don't create it, you get this mentality. And then you take it back to where they, the homeland is. They do the same thing and they just duplicate it when they get over here. Finally, that stuff is being exposed and finally being shown as light. And as our sister also said earlier, when you start dealing with the Democratic Party, you cannot separate the Democratic Party from immigration. That's their number one thing. They've made it clear that that's the hill that they're going to fall on. It's going to always be about bringing in everybody else. Because if you're the dominant society and you look at foundational Black Americans, you see the only lineage, heritage, and culture that has ever fought back. We're the only ones. Nobody else. I don't want to hear that somebody did something 200 years ago. I'm not talking about no one-hit wonders. I'm not talking about somebody who, fought twice and then got tired and took a nap. We have consistently always fought from day one. So the dominant society understands that. And they understand that we're the only thorn in their side. They understand we ain't going nowhere. Hell, we getting stronger every day. But then they look across into the diaspora and they see a bunch of people who look like us, but they don't think like us. They don't fight like us. They don't have that soul like us. So it's a natural evolution that they say, let's bring in the Black person who is docile, who is passive, who is weak. We can't pull that shit on the foundational Black American. The FBA woman gonna whoop your ass. The FBA man gonna whoop your ass. So they look around and see somebody whose ass they can whip. And then they say, come on in, Mr. Lumbumba. I got a spot for you right here. And then you look just like the foundational Black American. See, when you start talking about tethers from different areas and different colors, that's one thing. But when you start talking about the tethers who share our color, they're the folks who can camouflage, who can slide in, who can attach themselves even further. And those are the ones that we happen to be regulating. And we regulate them at an all-time high, and we got to continue to do it. I always tell people, never let black skin let somebody in. Because a lot of these tethers, they use their skin as a fake ID. It's just like going to the club and you underage. They're able to get access into places they ain't got no business getting access. They need that black skin. So they can come on in and say, we all the same, brother. Look, we all black. Why do you think every policy that they try to present is always flat blackness oriented? It's always because they love flat blackness. Flat blackness allows them to get rid of lineage, get rid of heritage. They want to operate in a world where there's no such thing as ethnicity. They want to operate in a world where there's no such thing as lineage or heritage. Since we pulled that back and we reversed and we said, no, it's all about lineage. Now, what do they got? They have nothing. So we're going into the times now, family, of desperation. Desperation. Look at our reparations claim and look at it from a categorical level. You've seen different phases. You've seen the first phase where they're like, they're not going to give y'all nothing, brother. Okay. And then they seen the next phase. They're like, hold on now. Shit, they might get something. Okay. Let me go sit in on a panel. Y'all remember last summer? Last summer, every motherfucker who was non-FBA was trying to sit in on our panels because they was trying to get our money. And then when they realized that that shit wasn't going to work, then they said, okay, how else can we get the money? You done seen 5 different lies, 5 different attempts, and every one of them goes back to the same answer. I don't know why they don't get it through their thick ass, Fleedman, forehead ass goddamn brain. You ain't getting our money. It ain't happening. We're not going to allow you to come on in, sneak on in, and take our paper. That's just not going to happen. You are not from foundational Black America. You did not build this country. You were not in the killing fields of the South. So I don't know what you think. So now you've seen people saying, can they invest the money back in Africa? How can we get it in over here? Oh, we all brothers. The year of the return. Anything that they can say that allows them to get in on our paper is exactly what they're trying to do. And they went through every single phase. What do they always say, man? When you start dealing with acceptance, you start dealing with, drama, you start dealing with things that occur to you in a bad fashion, you go through different levels of accepting that shit. And they're in the stage right now where they just starting to shoot people. Let's be real. Let's keep it 110, brother. That guy out there that did that shooting, let's be real. That all goes back to us claiming reparations. That all goes back to us gatekeeping. That all goes back to us cleaning house. That's what it all goes back to. As I told you before, brother, I wouldn't be surprised if this is one of the guys who sit in the spaces. And if anybody doesn't believe me, y'all remember that shooting that happened in Buffalo? with that dominant society race soldier, what did he put on that weapon? Brother Zilla, let me ask you, family. I know you know, but for the world, let the world know. What did he write on his weapon?
Say, here's your reparations.
Point blank. Checkmate. Receipts. Spoilers. So you see that us claiming reparations and going to get our money is having an after effect and a domino effect for the whole world. Everybody is out to get what's ours. So if that race soldier from the dominant society sees our reparations claim and he goes out there and he commits an atrocity, why don't you think this guy sees our reparations claim and he's trying to commit an atrocity? It all starts with foundational Black Americans getting it, because understand, our excellence is a threat to them, because the more excellent we become, the less they're going to get our money in their pockets, and they have to get it. And understand, these aren't people who just come here and they kind of want our money. They don't want to sort of take some of our money. They rely on our money, because everything that they do revolves around what we do, because they can't get it for themselves. The F in FLIR stands for failure. We build, they steal. So once you disallow them from stealing, they ain't eating tonight. Once you disallow them from tethering, they ain't eating tonight. Once you disallow them from being a buffer, they are not eating tonight, because they cannot prepare their own plate. So when you deal with somebody who's exceptional, us, when you deal with someone who's amazing, us, when you deal with someone who is undisputed, us, then you deal with someone like them, the hate goes up, the envy goes up, the vitriol goes up, and you start seeing these random acts of violence, and it all goes back to foundational Black Americans are out here accomplishing things, and they are out here being FLIRs, Freedmen, Tethers, and we all know how that ends. That ends with nothing, and that's exactly why they brought their ass here to our homeland. So they better wipe their feet at the door. They better salute us, and quite frankly, they better bow down, because we ain't going nowhere. This is our homeland, and they can fly their ass, hop their ass, skip their ass back to wherever they came from, and we are not moving off that. No matter how much they try to shame us, no matter how many fake little FBA hate group pensions they come up with, they come up with 1,000 of them. Nothing will change the fact that this is our homeland, and they can go back to their homeland right where they belong. Now, with that said, family, I'm going live here at 8 o'clock, and y'all need to come on over to the Black Alpha Network. I'm covering the same situation. I'm going to cuss more, and I'm going to regulate a little more, and I might bust some people across the head a little more, but it's going to be that real certified foundational Black American. We don't give a fuck. We say what we say, and we don't give a damn. So I got a show tonight. It's called $5 FBA and the $2 Tether, and we're going to talk about all these people right here. We're going to break it all down. Only we're going to do it a little more uncut and a little more raw, but it's going to be all the way real, and it's going to be all the way certified. So make sure, I'm going to see everybody in here. Pull on up and tap in. Everybody knows my live chats is like block party. So I want to see the whole family, so we can continue to regulate, and we can continue to check all these Tether hairlines. We can continue to check all these Freedmen foreheads, all these fleas and all these FLIRs. And by the time they done listening to the Black Alpha Cast tonight, we ain't got to say nothing. They going to pack their bags, and they going to send themselves back home. Yes, indeed. All the way back to you, Brother Zilla.
Yes, indeed. That thumbnail for that video tonight, man, that shit is hilarious. The fake Tupacs, that shit is hilarious, brother. Eastsiders, it's on you, brother. You got it.
Man, hey, Red Bull gives you wings. I told you, man, Black Alpha like a can of Red Bull, Jack. Man, listen. Hey, he took the words right out of my mouth, especially when it came down to that, the irregular soldier for, white supremacists out of Buffalo, And I understand what you said earlier, Brother Beatzilla, but at the same time, they understand white supremacy very well. That's why as soon as they get over here, they fall in line. Because if they didn't understand, they wouldn't be able to fall in line as easily as they do. And they doing that to safeguard themselves. Because, once they run afoul, they get their wake-up call like everybody else do. Or when they're no longer useful. What they fail to realize is that when you give somebody the power to feed you, you also give them the power to starve you. And what happens is when they do that, it's like they want to blame us for it. Like, y'all the one that came over here eating off of us. Now, when we coming back and claim it was due us, and we standing on business this time, and we not cowering away like the baby boomers, now everybody want to cry foul, and now they want to say, oh, well, why? What did that girl say when she was talking about us? With these midterms, talking about we need to just fall in line. Nah, bitch, we ain't falling in line for nobody other than our own empowerment. That's what we falling in line for, you know. And I'm gonna land it here. If we don't do this ourselves, no one is gonna do it for us. I'll land there.
Facts, brother. Facts. And yeah, man, if we don't do it, because we say that often in these spaces. Uh, who else other than us? You know, we can't rely on the group before us. They've already settled into what they wanted, which, you know, they wanted integration, they wanted acceptance. We aren't really that generation. We're that generation that sees that way is not really that's not really the way to go. And I'm telling you, like, when I was in high school, I like I've been this way. So I mean, my friends would have to go date white girls behind niggas' backs and shit because, like, these cats would be like, "Hey, you already know you finna catch it from us." Like, because you can't come around with one of them. So what you doing? But I mean, that's just how we were growing up and looking at how things have changed now. Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Yikes. And again, that starts with acceptance, but the acceptance started with sexual acceptance. So, but look at where the whole I search for sexual acceptance has ended. You got folks walking around here not knowing what the hell they are. Got this big old burly monster face bastard walking around in all of these damn spaces, corrupting everybody's energy in there because they ain't talking about shit. That's why I swore a long time ago, you will not see that monster face bastard on this stage ever. Because I don't rock like that. Ain't no reason for Terry. Oh, good Lord. Lord. Them energy vampires. See, that's the other type of tether we also need to address. We might have to do another one about that, the Skittles bag tethers. Because that's another issue. That's another issue right there is the Skittle bag tethers. Because I'm black, and but you know my community, your community is black community, stupid. I can't stand nobody talking like that. That's sexual acceptance bullshit. Get out of here with that. That is not what we need, and that ain't gonna help us further our cause, and that ain't getting us reparations. But I guess maybe these in the closet or out the closet white men that this person desires to sleep with so much might not be as appealing to this one because, you know, hey, people got reparations, so maybe they just moving into a different phase, and the relationship dynamics might be a little different. They won't feel like they're slumming. I mean, how much more can you feel like slumming being a well-to-do white man going up in the back with that thing? That's the ultimate of like the appealing of doing things. Wow, like, yeah. But you know, not to misgender anyone because that's what we hear. We follow the guidelines and rules. So you know, and besides, who can really make out what is what with a face like that? Anyway, Black Alpha Network, did you want to chime in on that, brother?
Hey, always do, man. Hey, but before I go further, man, I want to give out an invitation. There's somebody in the chat. I cannot pronounce your name. It's PSALM91. I guess she said something about she wanted to come up or whatever. She said she wanted to talk to Black Alpha. Black Alpha's here. Come on up. Hey, go ahead and hit that request and we can talk whatever you want to talk about. If you feel that we saying something you don't agree with or whatever, don't type it in, man. That's why we have these spaces. Come on down. We right here. Black Alpha's willing and ready. So come on up if you like to. That's all good. But as we proceed, back to what you're saying, brother, I used to tell folks, man, you got to be careful about some of the people back in the civil rights era because two people can do the same thing for two different reasons. Understand that. While you had brothers and sisters that were out there and they was, you know, protesting and marching during the civil rights era, some folks literally wanted genuine, power for black people. And some folks just wanted white women in Walmart. You dig? So we got to be very cautious. I mean, look at Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter go to these same rallies and they'll go out there and they'll say blackity black all damn day long. But we know they don't want the same exact thing. We know that. So therefore, we got to be very careful and very cautious of who's around, and we got to genuinely judge people based on their work and the energy that they put out there. Because just throwing around the term black, we've seen with these tethers that that's something that is very, very confusing and something that makes things very murky and blurry. Somebody could say black all damn day long, and because be honest with you, brother, we got to be cautious of the people who say they got a problem with supremacy. Roland Martin does the same thing. He'll sit there all day long and say, beep, 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 white supremacists. He'll say that all day long. We all know he works for white supremacy. I got to judge you on what are you doing to combat white supremacy, not with your words, not with talking. You can go get anybody to say they got a problem with white supremacy. Half them tell us come over here. And what do they use? They use racism as an excuse to get in on our reparations. What people have to understand is that 5-6 years ago, the average tether that came over here, they said that there was no such thing as white supremacy. They said we just needed to work harder. They said it was our fault. We need to, pick ourselves up by the bootstrap. They said the same exact thing that the dominant society says. And now when we start talking about reparations, they want to say that they're victims of supremacy. How'd you go from white supremacy doesn't exist, them FBA Akatas just need to work harder, to now all of a sudden it's we all black, we all experience racism? Reparations, again, family, has changed everybody's outlook. See, when you take anti-black racism or you take anti-foundational black American racism, and then you add trillions of dollars to a reparations claim, all that did was took everybody who was previously a hater and just turned their temperature up. So therefore, we got to really be on game. Me and Zilla, we had a conversation, family. I know you remember. We said, if you're going to get on code and you're going to get to the reparations, you better be ready for what comes after you. There ain't no smooth settling. There ain't no kicking back our feet. We got to be on game 24/7, 365, no days off, all gas, no breaks. The moment that you sit back there in this type of reparations claim and you get to relaxing, that's the moment that the ops is going to come in. And we know there's a different op every single day. So salute to all my brothers and sisters, particularly right here, and everybody in the black grassroots who stays on it, stays on their bumper, stays putting pressure on them, and stays letting them know that we will not pivot. We ain't taking no nap. We ain't getting tired. We're going to be here all day. What my brother Eastside said, like a Red Bull. You damn right. Yes, indeed. We ain't getting tired, because the moment you get tired in the reparations claim is the moment you blink and your money going to the Ukraine. You feel me? So we got to be on game 24/7. And I know a lot of my brothers and sisters here put in a lot of work, tireless work. I know I've talked to a lot of brothers and sisters who literally, I'm like, bro, go to sleep. Go to sleep, man. You working 24/7, 365. Go to sleep while your brother or sister hold you down. But when you wake back up, we'll be ready for it, man. So we got to hit the ground running. So it's a game of always being on, the right accord. It's a game of always being focused. And when you do rest, you got to rest and you got to get right back up on it. Nobody else has to deal with this because there's nobody else like us, but it just shows you that we're exceptional, and heavy is a head that wears the crown, and we wear the motherfucking crown. Been wearing it for 500 plus. You feel me, Zilla?
Absolutely, man. And real quick, I seen in the comment thread, infamous Rasta. What about black people that attack other black people? Well, I guess they wouldn't be running around saying how they hate all black people. See, that's the big difference. We're talking about a mentality within a specific group. And so that's what's going on. But understanding the nature and the tone and of the question, let me first say by how overtly cowardly of a question to ask, how scared or either acceptance or either you're involved in a relationship with one of the dominant society members, or still holding out for acceptance there for such a coon-ass question. But even with that being said, I would hope you would have more dignity within your own self to not ask such a silly ass question in this space. Because again, we don't do the, what about black on black crime in Chicago? Truth be told, a lot of those people are immigrants themselves. A lot of the drill rappers, immigrants themselves. So again, those black people that you're referring to, those might actually be kind of kin to you. So yeah, next time when you try something like that, bring your black ass up top on the stage. Don't say it like in a cowardly way as you did it. Bring yourself on stage and say it with your chest, because you got to stand by them words. Now you can just go ahead, well, that's not what I meant, and I'm not doing none of that with you. You came in here with the, what about black on black crime? And why don't you say something about that? There are 3 people attacked by this anti-black tether talking about how he hate black folks. Why don't you talk about that? coward. Black Alpha, did you want to chime in on that before we get to Miss Eddie?
Got to, family, got to. Hey, we got a new term, family. They got those Tether Twitter fingers. That's what they got, man. They got those Tether Twitter fingers because they could easily come on up, man. And we civil. You know what I'm saying? That's one thing about foundational Black Americans, man. We don't trip on nobody. We don't jump out the window. We let people speak their piece if you come in good faith, and we can sit down and we can chop it up. But the very fact that they throwing them tether rocks and hiding in them hands, you feel me, and saying little stuff and then running, boom. Somebody, like I said, was in here saying, Black Alpha, you sound like you don't like Black people. Yeah, okay. I wonder if that person's Black, but that's another one. But you see that this is what they got to do. They got to just make up things. You got to pull things out the sky. See, what we saying is facts. What we saying is evidentiary. What we saying can be proven. We talking tangible things. We ain't got to go into the trick bag. Everything that we say is exclusive. We got spoilers. What they say is just contrived things that have no point, is hollow. So that's the difference, once again, between us. So in a lot of cases, family, when they try to come after us and they try to slander us, they really just end up making our points for us. So we should, let me say this, family. I appreciate all the tethers who tried to slander foundational Black Americans, because in the essence, you ended up helping foundational Black Americans. So we should send your ass a bottle of Tether champagne. So I guess the Joe Law flavor. You probably like that. Back to you, family.
Yes, indeed. The troll.
Hey, they gonna get that. Go ahead, Eastside.
My bad. I ain't mean to just cut in like that, but like Tyson said, man, the internet made people real comfortable talking shit without getting punched in the face. I'll land it there.
That part.
Major facts. Look, hey man, didn't I say last week we come from the generation of where somebody gonna get that word to somebody, you're gonna have to see that person when about what you said. So you don't put bullshit in the wind. But I'm from a different generation. Miss Eddie, I'm looking for your whole name there. What's that? Eddings, Miss Eddings. You can go ahead and unmute yourself, sir.
Hello, family. I'm so sorry I'm sitting over here eating crab legs, but I wanted to comment on something. Listen, I want to thank you for having these spaces, because what it does, every time I listen to you, I get more and more empowered by your words. And let me tell you how empowered I get. I was sitting in a meeting with some people from the diaspora, and somebody said something about their country, and then one guy says, well, what are you? And I said, I'm not African. And if you could have saw all of their faces, like they just was, it was like delineating in front of them. It was, for me, I was like, yes. For them, they were mortified that I said it out loud. It's like, yes, you and they don't even know what to say. They don't even, it's hard for them. It's like, they're thinking that I'm out of my mind. But then when I say that I am a foundational Black American, they're looking like, oh, she's converted or something. Like they don't even know how to handle it. So I'm telling you, family, be emboldened by who we are. Love who we are. Go out here and tell these people. Don't let them tell you that you are African, because you're not African. And I land. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you so much for letting me speak, family.
Absolutely, sister. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. We get that often. There's random people, because people sit in the wings just to hate. So, they come out the woodwork and, hey, so you guys aren't African? I mean, what about this percentage of DNA? And it doesn't mess me with all that bullshit, nigga. I don't care about none of that. I mean, really, do I sound like the type of person that's going to get into that long-ass, drawn-out DNA conversation? Shut up. These niggas still sold your ancestors over here. I mean, what are you talking about? You want to be tied to people who hate you like that? The hell is wrong with these niggas? And on top of that, okay, what country in Africa do I favor? What group of people do I favor? I ask that all the time. Well, I mean, there's 52 plus countries over in Africa. Right. So if you want me to be African so goddamn bad, tell me, what country over there do I look like?
Another good thing you should do is, I always give this scenario. I say, if you took a Chinese person, a Chinese man took his whole Chinese family and they moved to Japan, and they had kids, and then those kids had kids, and then those kids, and we get to the fifth generation. You ask that fifth generation, who are they? And they say, oh, yeah, they're going to be Japanese. I said, exactly. That's who we are. We're Americans. We're Black Americans. We are not claiming that we're Africans. And once I say that, they just sit there like, oh, snap, I think I don't have a comeback. So, I'm not going to argue with you, but I am going to tell you who I am. And I land.
Thank you. You know what? That's one of the things that a lot of other groups, I guess they are feeling some kind of way because we have taken that out of their hands. We identify ourselves. We will not let any other group outside of us define who we are no longer. And just with that, taking that ownership, look at how the rest of the world has responded. You got folks from other countries trying to come over here and talk down on folks. Black Alpha military kid. So I mean, you gonna talk stupid to him? You know this brother done seen all over the world. I mean, where in this on this planet is there no U.S. military base outside of North Sentinel Island? Where's there no military base? So all of these military kids, they done been all around the damn world, man, and got a chance to experience a bunch of different cultures. Got a chance to see how people respond to us. Like for those who leave this country, one thing I will tell you: if you're a single black man, get not saying go be a passport bro, but I would advise you to just experience what being away from this country looks like and how people react to foundational Black Americans. You are, especially if you can travel, then number one, they're looking at you like, what do you do? Like, man, hey, he's one of those. Like, we stick out like sore thumbs. We everywhere we are. I'll give you a prime example. South America right now in in the DR, Dominican Republic, the island of Hispaniola, they are deporting Haitians out of the Dominican Republic and putting them back on the other side of their island. So if y'all don't understand, it's also happening in, I guess, places that like the territories to where either England, the UK runs, or territories that the US runs. They're starting to deport the Haitians, and so y'all might not even know that's going on, but because they trying to get over there to like the Bahamas and then try to sneak into America that way. So who knows what kind of Bahamian hustle they got running down there. But keep an eye on these like U.S. territories down there in the Caribbean, because there's a lot of funny style shit going on with them, and they trying to get people up here. But the people there on these islands in the Caribbean, man, they are booting the Haitians out by the boatloads, and you should hear the way they're talking. What they are saying is exactly the same shit he's saying. We cannot afford to house you. We cannot afford to feed you. Go back to where you came from and make that shit pop. They are literally calling them fleers. So y'all got to just check out what's going on in the Caribbean. And with that being said, our Caribbean counterpart right here, Kid Gravity Beyond, please enlighten us on that, brother.
There's about to be an ethnic war in the Bahamas in the next year. They got guns down there ready for the Haitians. I don't think a lot of people realize that. They threw a dude in jail because he was going off on Haitians, and he was showing guns in news reports. That's why I tell the Haitians, yo, y'all gotta be quiet. Y'all coming over here talking about Black Americans ain't got culture. You ain't got no allies right now because y'all were running around for years saying all that stuff. And what happened in Del Rio? Nobody came to your rescue except your people. What happened in Florida a couple months ago when they got caught hiding under that ship, they sent their ass right back. Nobody came over there to help you, but they let the humans just show up on the shore. They were hugging and kissing, and guess what? There were cops right there across the street. Didn't do a thing. So yeah, y'all delineation is working. But just know, I bet by the summertime you're gonna start hearing about. They're gonna call it ethnic cleansing in the Bahamas. But just be on the lookout for that.
Once again, proving that we are not in an echo chamber. One thing will always affect another, family. And so, with us making our stand, empowering ourselves, and just in the way that these people can come to these spaces and hear and get, like, this is a big temperature check for Black America. So they come over here and get their cues. They know what's happening. They're like, hey, man, this isn't like a one leader type of dude we could just pay or get him out to paint some kind of way. Nah, this is literally the ground. The ground beneath your feet is speaking. And so, yeah, things are changing. And so they just have to concede to it and prepare as best as possible. So just take a look at some of these other territories where America has their hands on and just see how they changing things all of a sudden. Because that kind of tells you, like what I believe it's Brother Jason Black that mentions it all the time. It's either him or Professor Black Truth. They always say, you have to know what winning looks like. So when you see an international shift, that tells you something, because it ain't Ukraine that has the Caribbean disturbed. Trust me, that ain't it. And truth be told, this whole Ukrainian thing, think about when Martin Luther King was pushing for reparations, then all of a sudden the conflict of Vietnam happens. And you're funding a war. That's not a war. That's not our war. Trying to avoid being involved in it. Now, then eventually, of course, we know how Vietnam ended up. American troops ended up in Vietnam, which very well could also happen in this war. But what is the two things that this has in common? The conversation and major push for reparations and ending police brutality. That's the other part that they also leave out of our beloved Dr. Martin Luther King's last few years. He was definitely addressing the anti-Black sentiment from police forces. So he was also focused on reparations and what now we would say an anti-foundational Black American hate crime bill. So check that out. We're literally reliving history real time. But there ain't no Martin Luther King to get rid of for this one. So hey man, let's lace up our boots and let's get our check. Back to you, my brother.
Family, hey, you made a good point, brother. That's one thing that people will understand is that when you deal with foundational Black Americans, no matter where we go, no matter where we're at, we stand out. And you notice this once you leave. When you deal with Black people all over the continent, no matter what continent you're at, they know the difference between us and them. Trust and believe. All that shit with we brothers and everybody's the same and shit. No. Everything that I've ever experienced, no matter where I've been, I've always seen it. When we step into place, there's a different energy. There's a different vibe, and everybody knows it. Not only do the people who are indigenous to that land know it, but the other Black people who come there, they know it. They know who's the Black Americans. Trust me when I tell you that. Matter of fact, I'm going to tell y'all something nobody want to talk about. Whenever you leave, and for anybody who's ever traveled, you done seen this stuff. Whenever you leave, you see a bunch of Africans, you see a bunch of Haitians and Jamaicans claiming that they're foundational Black Americans. And not just here. See, here when they pull that stuff, we call them out on it, right? We be seeing the $2 tethers. Yes, the $2 tethers. We be seeing that shit from a mile away. The $5 FBAs, we see that. We see when they trying to put on the Timberlands and they cocking their hat to the side and they acting like they from Chicago, the South Side, and really they from the South Side of Zimbabwe. We be seeing that. We call them out on it. But what they do is they go places where we're not and they act like they're us and they speak on our name and they say things on behalf of us. I've literally been there. They go places where they will act like they're a foundational Black American, and they'll go talk to people who don't know any better, and they'll tell them how they really from Atlanta, whatever's big in hip hop. Okay, so when it was the West Coast running shit, they said they was from California. When the East Coast was running shit, they said they was from New York. When the South started running shit, everybody was from the South. Chicago, a lot of folks saying they're from Chicago right now. It don't matter, but they go to these different countries and they cosplay us. So what you're seeing is these tethers are running around here, these ABTs, anti-Black tethers. They're running around the world cosplaying foundational Black Americans, and they're not just doing that here. We're used to them doing that here. I'm telling y'all, no matter where you go, you got folks saying that they're us. You got foreign women, foreign tethers trying to act like our foundational Black American sisters. Okay, they're walking and talking and dressing and trying to be like us. We laugh at that shit because we see it's a failed attempt. We know that they can't match us. They ain't got our soul, and it looks real funny to us. But to a motherfucker who's never been here, that shit they really think is true. And we see them running around trying to act like they're our brothers. They trying to braid their hair and do all types of stuff. So we know that the obsession with us is big. I'm telling y'all, they can right now get on TV and say they hate us and we need to do this and we need to work hard. Trust me, when they at home tonight, they in front of that goddamn mirror when nobody's around, they got their little bamboo stick like they on the microphone, and they not calling themselves by the African. Akon is really Don Quarius when he's in front of that goddamn mirror at night. That's really who he is, because deep down they want to be us. They want to be foundational Black Americans because they understand we are the ones keeping the lights on. Zilla, you heard me say this before, and I'm going to ask this again to everybody in the space. What would happen if foundational Black Americans had the same access to resources that Africans have? And what would happen if foundational Black Americans had the same numbers advantage that Africans have? Where would we be with everything they got? They standing on resources. They can go swimming in diamonds. Okay. What would happen if we had all that and all of that was ours? I know one thing, the colonizer wouldn't be coming over there whooping our ass and taking it. We know that for sure. What would happen if we had billions of people? We only got a couple thousand people, you know what I'm saying? Excuse me, a couple million people. And it's disputed, y'all, because I know they undercut us. But no matter what, they could undercut us all the time, and it would still be billions less than Africans. What would happen if there was billions of foundational Black Americans? It would be a game changer. So you see the person with the numbers advantage, the person with the resources advantage, and they have the historic advantage, because we sit here and we talk about our lineage and we go back a couple 1,000 years, right? When they start doing it, they stop and they go way back in time, way back in time. You got somebody from Nigeria and they can go back way further than we can. So how can you have a historical advantage, you have a financial advantage, and you have a population advantage, but you're not doing what we're doing on a global scale? That shows you the difference. And trust me, if we know the difference, they know the difference. And that's why they cosplay us, because deep down inside, every tether wishes they were a foundational Black American. They may not say that out loud. They may not tell nobody. But deep down inside, they all wish that they could do what foundational Black Americans have done, but they can't do it. And then comes the hate, and then comes shootings, and then comes Twitter spaces and everything where they hop in and they start throwing darts at us. But they've been throwing them for a long time and ain't none of them landed. You feel where I'm coming from, family?
Just imposters like this.
Everything you own in a box to the left, in the closet. That's my stuff. Yes, if I bought it, say, don't touch.
Hey, you wrong for that. You wrong for that one, fam.
Is that Fleer's child?
Oh, yes, indeed. Whew. Oh, my God.
Hey, I told y'all, man, they over there doing the Tether two-step, man. They over there doing the Tether two-step right now.
See,
that's really escape.
When we not in the room, man, they'll just be like, well, we finna beat them real quick. They cosplaying Black, like you said, they cosplaying FBA. Good morning, Tanzania. Oh, Lord.
Hey, why you think Akon went and got that FBA hairline implant? He didn't do that because he don't like us.
Exactly. Like, man, these niggas be looking at hairlines now, man. I gotta do something. Let me go over here and get these plugs. Cause I mean, yo, it's like how you get a fake hairline. That's almost as bad as the painted joints, man. We be seeing these cats be painting on their fades. Woo! But family, we go get ready to get on out of here. Again, another productive space. as always, fire takes, fire testimony, personal experience, as always. That's what we enjoy to facilitate right here at the Certified Truth. That is myself, beatzillapdx official, and Black Alpha Network. Shout out to Queen wherever she is. And so, yeah, hopefully that y'all, got a little bit. We brought some brightness to your day. What they say, like the Clark sisters gave you the sunshine. This is Martin Luther King didn't dream of an anti-black tether. And we have a whole anti-black African up here in the state of Washington, harming 3 black people, and then also stating that he hates black people, as I believe he's Sinhalese. So, shit, that says a lot, family.
Where's he from, family?
Senegal.
Wow. Okay. I didn't know that because I know they were skipping all the details with the story. Okay.
Yeah, brother. So let's go ahead and do our roundup, and let's see. I'll go to Eastsiders, Kid Gravity, then I'll take it, and then I'll let my brother close us out. So Eastsiders, go ahead, brother. You there, Eastsiders? You might have stepped away from his phone. Kid Gravity, go ahead, brother. You got it.
Thanks for letting me come on. Tomorrow I'm doing my own space about these passport idiots. So hopefully you guys will come. That's at like 11 o'clock. I'm not going to be too long, but also go to my YouTube channel, Quick Gravity Beyond. And again, thank you for letting me come up. And Black Alpha, I will be down in your neck of the woods on Sunday. So show me about this low country food. I don't believe it.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Eastsiders, are you there, brother? Well, looks like Eastsiders got wrapped up, but that's all good. Shout out to Black Voltron, Reloaded in the house. I see ya. Jeff Will, Sage, I see ya. Hard Black Truth in the house. What's going on? I see Sister Susan. Miss T, thank you for the information. Thank you so much for that information. Appreciate that. Black
Hey,
Jelly.
Zilla.
Yes, sir.
Hey, before you know what I'm saying, since we got about 132 up in here, man, you know what I'm saying, let me add a little more extra real quick, brother, while we at it. Let me ask you this question, family. You know what I'm saying? In terms of these tethers right now, right? In terms of where they're at, what would be the current state of tethers? Comparing it from, let's just say it's 2023. Let's compare 2023 to 2013. What is the current state of tethers that you see? Is it better off now, or do they got a harder time now? What would you say to that, brother? And anybody else who got to answer that, pull on up. But that's what I want to ask you right now, family.
Well, I would have to say right now, as of recent, they are probably feeling a little bit of pressure because there is a clear line drawn. So just within over the last year, has it been such a clearly defined line of delineation? So for us, it's great, but for them, I think a lot of them are feeling that their cover, they always look at us as being on the front line. So it's like the front line has been ripped away, and now they are the first ones up. And I don't think that is too appealing looking, now you're going to be the first ones that white supremacy is looking at. Yeah, I don't think they want no parts of it. They were always cool with that being us. Go ahead, Kid Gravy.
I mean, in a whole decade, they've been exposed. I guess that's the best way to say it. They were like, okay, we're the you guys are lazy. We're the ones that are the epitome of black excellence. So you need to give it to us. And they said, okay, we're gonna give it to you. Run with the ball. And they fumbled as soon as they got the snap. Now all their rhetoric came out. Everybody was like, I can't get going with this. So yeah, the movies are tanking. The albums are tanking. I mean, hell, even on here, since I've been back 2 years, Red Joker been giving them hell, and he just putting up pictures. So yeah, they're in a bad spot right now. I think after this next presidential election, I think they're gonna have to go back into their holes.
Yes, indeed. East Siders, what about you, brother?
East Siders be on the road, man, pushing through. All right, let me ask another question then, family, since we got the whole family in here right now. All right, in terms of MLK, we'll say the same time distance, man, 2023, 2013. Really, we can go just a couple years ago because we done made a lot of progress in that area. What do you feel is the current state of MLK's legacy? Where does it lie? Where does it belong? And do you feel that we've cleaned up a lot of the misnomers and a lot of the hijacking and sabotage that the dominant society as well as others have done? Do you feel that the MLK legacy has returned back to us, or do you feel that we still got to basically, get rid of these little critters and peasants from trying to keep their hand on it? And I would say MLK and everybody else, but since it was MLK Day yesterday, and I seen the family turn out. That was the first time in a long time where I seen MLK parades and things that genuinely had not just foundational Black Americans, but on code foundational Black Americans. And they were speaking real quotes of MLK opposed to the white and Luther King that the dominant society created. And I have a dream speech over and over. So what do you feel the MLK legacy is at? And do you feel it's something that we're going to continue to use to fuel this moment? Because we're coming to get our check. That has become the rallying cry of this reparations era. Where do you feel we're at in terms of that, brother?
Well, just it's interesting too, because I'm still a musician, so being able to witness some of these ecumenical functions, these church functions, just listening, because typically they always do I have a dream, and somebody comes up and does the reciting of the mountaintop, and that didn't happen this year. Oh no, very much different. This year is, I've never heard so much talk about economics. We heard this year about the economically driven and the police violence against Black folks, Martin Luther King. That is the person that we heard of this year, which I would have to say is different than anything I remember before. Because even last year, it was kind of toning down, but last year still going into, we remember. They had the little somber, little quick ads on news. We take this time to remember Dr. Martin Luther King, who always had a dream. And, that shit did not play this year at all, family. Let me tell you. No, they had to talk about the man in the Poor People's Campaign and talking about the police violence. And this is what he was talking about. And so I for the first time, heard a lot about economics and getting Black folks on fair footing. And then also the part of his speech to where this one was kind of odd for me. They actually are sacrificing the bootstrap line. So they threw out the bootstrap thing when he says it's a cruel joke to ask a bootless man to pick himself up by his bootstraps. And so it looks like they're sacrificing that piece. So I can see a lot happening. I just expect them to rework the attack. Not that they would, because these folks don't get quit for nothing. They just reevaluate their position and readjust. So with that being said, we leading the cause and leading the call and the being the most vocal of our heroes, our leaders, I think that is shown. It proven itself here this year, and this is in white ass Portland, Oregon. So if that's happening here, I imagine where Black folks is plentiful, I imagine that y'all didn't hear none of the I Have a Dream shit this year. I would have to say, because we definitely didn't hear none of it. No I Have a Dream whatsoever. That's what's going on here, brother.
Fam, hey, ain't it been a hell of a week? Think about it, brother. Just this week right here, 7 days, shall I say. You had our brother Khalid Muhammad's birthday. We had Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday, Aaliyah's birthday, and Muhammad Ali's birthday. You feel me? Hey, I tell you, when you say you got momentum, we got momentum. When we say we changing the game, we changing the game. So everybody who says what we needs to do, that's the old days. Right now, it's what we're going to do. And I've been seeing brothers and sisters going out and doing it. So I send a big certified salute to all of my beautiful brothers and sisters, foundational Black Americans. And you can't get no better than that. Feel me?
Absolutely, my brother. And you know, man, taking back our own icons and our identity that has been taking place over the last few years, and the world feels it. And so all I can encourage, I just want to encourage everybody, like, look, being your best and greatest self out here and being the exceptional people you are, move in that manner and start eliminating certain things out of your vocabulary, like the if we do or if we get reparations. Start eliminating stuff like that and start changing that thinking to when we get it. Because see, you don't want to self-defeat. You want to speak that what you want. I mean, don't say your heart wants it and then your mouth is consistently talking against it. You better speak that into existence just as much as it's on the inside. Let it come on out that mouth on the outside. And let's be about this business of empowerment. Let's be about this business of ourselves building, and let's get this reparations. Let's also address getting us a anti-foundational Black American Freedmen hate crime bill, because it's absolutely necessary. And it's been necessary. If the Asians can get it, if you've given even more protection to the like the brother says, real estate agents, then obviously you can spread that love to us. And now we have thousands upon thousands of immigrants illegally flooding into cities all across America. We have no time to waste playing games and being off of focus. So I hope y'all understand we do have a serious issue at hand, and that is where our attention should be. Entertainment is good, but wealth is better. So with that being said, thank y'all again for sharing this day and sharing this time with me and my brother. We enjoy sharing it with you and having these great conversations and building with the family, y'all. So I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all so much. Once again, please go to YouTube, follow me, beatzillapdx official, and then go over and follow my brother Black Alpha Network, who actually will be going live in about 30 minutes. So you don't want to miss that. And then also go over and follow my brother Kid Gravity Beyond. And I see Brother Sage. Go follow my brother Sage on Twitter. Go check out his music if you have not done so already. And with that being said, I will tell everyone, have a blessed evening. We will be talking with y'all soon. Stay safe, stay black, stay vigilant, stay alive. Black first, black first, black first. Y'all have a blessed night, y'all. Take us home, brother.
Certified salute, man. Hey, yeah, everybody, make sure you subscribe to my brother Beatzilla. Make sure you subscribe to my brother Kid Gravity. My man Afro Elite was in here. Make sure you subscribe to him and check out my brother Sage. Make sure you do all of those. As I always say, support everything that's foundational Black American. I don't care if that's movies. I don't care if that's music. And I don't care if it's a lemonade stand with warm lemonade with no damn ice. Buy it because it's from the lineage, it's from the heritage, it's from the culture. Now, if you want to go in tonight, make sure you pull up to the Black Alpha Network. We got a real good episode, $5 FBA and a $2 Tether, and we're going to light they ass up. No filters, uncut. So pull on up, man, because it's a block party, and my favorite thing in the world is chopping it up with the family. But we got to continue to hold down all of our legends because we got a lot of them. We got to continue to hold down our lineage because it's the greatest, and we just got to continue to hold down each other. And I'm talking about all the brothers and all the sisters. We stand together. So make sure that you stay safe. If you see a tether, check them. If you see somebody with a big-ass Fleedman forehead that you need 4 yardsticks and 22 tape measures, then go ahead and make sure you check their ass too. But make sure whatever you do it with FBA style, you do it FBA grace, because remember, nobody can match us at all. If they could, they would, but they can't, so they won't. Everybody have a good night. I'm going to see y'all over on the Black Alpha Network YouTube channel. Salute to the family. One love, one love, one love.